Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Victorville and the City Council sitting as the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, the Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, Victorville Water District, and the City Council performing the housing functions of the former Victorville Redevelopment Agency. The first item on our agenda is public comment. Anyone wishing to address the council at this time? All right, seeing no one, we'll go ahead and have our declaration of closed session by our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor McEachran. We have 4 closed session items tonight. They are all pursuant to Government Code 54956.9A, existing litigation. The names of the parties to the litigation and the case numbers are all fully set forth on the agenda. To the extent there is need to, or there is a reportable action, we will report it either at the close of the closed session or immediately preceding the 7 o'clock meeting.
All right, we'll now move into closed session.
Number 12.
Good evening. I'd like to call back to order the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Victorville and the City Council sitting as the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, the Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, the Victorville Water District, and the City Council performing the housing functions of the former Victorville Redevelopment Agency. At this time, we'll have any announcements out of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor McEachran. There were 4 items on closed session this evening. They were all existing litigation. The names of the cases and the case numbers were all set forth on the agenda, and there is no reportable action at this time.
All right, now we'll move into our invocation and pledge of allegiance. Our invocation tonight will be led by Elder Kyle Buford from Destiny Christian Center in Victorville. Pledge of allegiance by our Victorville Police Department Chief Don Yoder.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and people. If you can bow your heads with me, please. Most gracious and Heavenly Father, as we come before you tonight, we thank you, Lord God, for our mayor. We thank you for the council. We thank you for wisdom. We thank you for understanding, truth, and justice that rest abide in their heart as well as their mind. We pray, Lord God, for vision. We pray for understanding. We pray, Lord God, for direction, Father, to be upon these, your people, these that you've elected, that you've placed in these positions of authority. Father, we pray for the people, Father, that they would be able to take hold of the vision that is placed before them and that they might run and walk this vision out that is set before them. We pray for your favor, your grace, your love, as well as your mercy to rest upon these, your people, on this night. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, this time we'll have the city clerk present the council, the agenda to the council.
The City Council of the City of Victorville welcomes the public's participation in tonight's meeting. It is requested that all present please silence cell phones, pagers, and other electronic devices, and that personal conversations be kept to a minimum during the conduct of the meeting. Persons who wish to address the council on a specific item which appears on the agenda are requested to complete one of the white speaker cards that have been placed on the agenda table in the council chambers lobby and give it to the city clerk for the record prior to consideration of the item. The mayor will call upon each individual who has submitted a speaker card when the item comes up for discussion by the city council. The public comment period is the time and place for the general public to address the city council on any item within their jurisdiction that is not on the agenda. It is requested that a speaker card also be submitted to the city clerk for anyone who wishes to address the city council during the public comment period. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.3, state law prohibits the council from addressing any issue not previously included on the agenda. The council may receive testimony and set the matter to a subsequent meeting. Comments are to be limited to 3 minutes per speaker or less as deemed necessary by the mayor, depending upon the number of individuals desiring to speak. All communications are to be addressed directly to the city council. Individual comments to staff or members of the audience are not permitted. Individuals who fail to adhere to these guidelines may be asked to yield the floor. Any individual or group who engages in disruptive conduct during the meeting will be removed from the chambers by order of the mayor. Disruptive conduct includes, but is not limited to, addressing the council without being recognized, not addressing the subject before the council, repetitiously addressing the same subject, failing to relinquish the podium when requested to do so, verbal outbursts or comments from the audience. Thank you for your cooperation and adherence to these rules. All documents to be considered for approval at this meeting are before the council. There are several revisions to tonight's agenda that are on the dais and available to the city council and the members of the public. The first one is a public comment that has been submitted by Norman and Dorothy Miller for the record. Public hearing item number 12, St. Mary's Center. This is additional information received this afternoon from Briggs Law Corporation. Item number 13 on the Tamarisk Marketplace item, there is a staff response and Walmart response to the comment letter received from Briggs Law Corporation on September 4th. There is a revision to also received tonight from Briggs Law Firm on the item number 13, Walmart. There are several notifications, expressions of opposition or support for Walmart received from several members of the public via email, letter, or phone call. And there is a letter submitted tonight on the Walmart issue number 13 from Scott Eckert. On item number 14, there is additional information received tonight from the Briggs Law Corporation. And those are all the revisions I have, Mayor McEachron.
All right, thank you. We'll now move into the public comment portion of our agenda, and the first card I do have is Michelle Medina.
Good evening. Basically, I wanted to state, well, I'm the president of the Bears organization, and every year we have a raffle. We raise money to donate bikes to underprivileged children within the city of Victorville. I know there's a lot of people here that are either for or against the Walmart, the whole issue. I just wanted to put it out there, if it weren't for big companies like Walmart, for the past 3 years, they've actually donated $1,000 for this purpose. 200 bikes were given away the first year, 100 bikes last year and this year because of our $1,000 donation from Walmart, and also helping us with the bikes as far as buying them at cost through them, along with helmets to be given away to, like I said, underprivileged children who have good grades. They're picked out by their teachers throughout all the elementary schools in Victorville. We wouldn't have this. Like I said, I know people are here for or against, but I also wanted to give out flyers that we are still raising money for next year in case we don't have that money. All donations will go to the Doris Davies Memorial Bike Giveaway, and it's just something that we do every year, is donate these bikes. It'd be nice if any of the council members would donate, If not, or at least show up to our donation event around Christmas time. I don't know, do I give these flyers to, so it goes
City Clerk.
to, that's basically, I don't know if you have something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Linares.
Good evening, council members. Although I fully understand that the council members cannot make comments on issues during the general comment session, I can understand, but I can't understand is why you don't make any comments at all. At the various meetings I have attended, the board members sit and listen and make no comments either for or against any of the issues before them. There is only one member that makes a comment, gives an opinion, and expresses concern and asks questions on any of the issues that are before you, and to make it, if it's not clear or it seems to be flawed. Because you four have refused to get involved, ask questions, or request more factual and up-to-date information, you have wasted the taxpayers' money. You four have continued to believe and will not accept the fact that we are no longer in the 70s or the 80s, and that the city cannot afford to continue spending money on the things that don't work. If you would have done your job and accepted the responsibilities that you were elected to do, you would have known that. I believe that the citizens of Victorville have the right and deserve to know how you reach a decision on your vote. Did you consider all the facts or just a gut feeling? And are you acting in a responsible way that takes the welfare of the people into account first? Are you making sure and taking steps to ensure that issues that impact the city or the citizens are considered first, or expenditures of the taxpayers' dollars are being correctly spent? Or are you in that just that's the way we've been doing it all along? And that's the way we will continue. And why change? The last is there are $13 million that's unaccounted for on bond sales. And I believe the city is being sued for that. To date, I have not seen anything that gives me the impression that you do or have done the right thing. You four have certainly have talked a good game, and in my opinion, it's only to those that don't know what you are not doing but support you anyway. From unaccounted money, failed projects, lawsuits, risky investments, conflicts of interest, lawsuits, they all cost money. But I guess if it's not your money, it's okay to misspend it, and don't tell anyone it's gone unless somebody finds out. Thank you.
Melinda O'Connor. Melinda.
Hi, Melinda O'Connor. I live in Victorville. I just wanted to bring to your attention, I had in Carol Lee, an article that came out of last week in the Orange County paper that has to do with Buck Johns. And it talks about two of the wealthiest, most politically connected men in Orange County, and he's one of the two. And it goes on to talk about an easement in front of his house, which he's landscaped, even though it doesn't belong to him. He's fighting now because he doesn't want an equestrian trail. And it says it's been stopped so far because Johns used his influence with county supervisors to block it. And it also says that John's a Republican, power broker, donates heavily to candidates. I know in the past that money's been taken for campaigns and stuff from him, and I would just hope that this time around that nobody takes money from him, because I don't think it's in the best interest of the city or anybody up there. And the other thing that I think I need to bring up is I've heard so many times lately when you're talking about finances and money that the city owes, that we keep bringing up the fact that you're getting $54 million in the lawsuit that's coming and ways you're going to apply it to different things. And I just think you're making a mistake counting on it while it's in the appellate process. I think you need to wait till it's out of appeals and make sure you're getting the money before you're already budgeting how you're going to spend it.
Nancy Jackson.
Nancy Jackson, 12353 Hesperia Road in Victorville. I'm a public affairs manager for Southern California Edison. Good evening, Mayor and Council. On behalf of Southern California Edison, I just want to say congratulations to the city of Victorville, honoring 50 years of service to this community. I just want to say may God give you wisdom and leadership and creativity to take this great city and make it even greater in the future in the state of California. Congratulations to you.
Frank Atkins.
Hello, Council. Hello, everyone. My name is Frank Atkins. I reside in the city of Victorville, and I'm on the ballot for Victorville City Council. I believe I'm the only candidate on the ballot for Victorville City Council choosing not to accept or receive campaign contributions from anyone or any special interest group. Can any of you seeking office say that up there? Mr. Kennedy, I see you're having a fundraiser event this week at your house. You're not running for office. Oh, it's for your buddy Jim Cox. I got the flyer here. And so, as it appears, Mr. Kennedy, you have your three chosen candidates, your picks. Am I correct that it's Mike and Ryan and Jim? Is that your picks? And then Angela has her chosen candidates. Next council meeting, I'll make an announcement of three candidates I believe will make it happen for the people of Victorville and do the will of the people. One of them's me, and I'll announce it at the next meeting. Thank you.
Irene Beltran.
Hello, my name is Irene Beltran, and I reside in Oak Hills with my husband, my 6 daughters, and my son. My daughters are 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, 19 years old. I travel throughout the country speaking about the deception of Planned Parenthood. I urge the city council members to do something about the construction regarding the largest abortion center in San Bernardino and Riverside counties. You guys know more than I that something more can be done. You are elected officials and must protect young teens from this butcher shop. It's crazy that a 14-year-old girl has to get their parents' permission to take medicine at school, but can get a surgical procedure without their parents even knowing. Now, instead of traveling 30 minutes away to San Bernardino, they can take a 5 to 10-minute bus ride to the chop shop. My 14-year-old daughter has a hard enough time picking clothes in the morning for school. I can't imagine her making that decision on her own. Remember this fact. When you're drinking your coffee and laughing, discussing the upcoming weekend, less than a mile from you, human beings, future Americans, future Victorville residents are being torn limb from limb. May God have mercy on your souls.
Andrew Morass. Forgive me, writing's not completely clear. Okay.
The thing I wanted to say tonight was that the whole council up here has an oath that they took to protect, uphold, defend the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic, and that the actions that I've seen of you guys is just completely contrary from start to finish with a lot of the stuff that you guys have done. Mainly you four, but and a little bit over here, and But the get down is that you guys took an oath to defend that Constitution. Some of you guys are service members of the armed forces and took the oath there. But I don't see it being taken seriously in your day-to-day actions. Your decisions that you make are piss poor, man. Just very contrary to the spirit of the Constitution. And on so many different levels, it's absolutely unreal. And if you guys could just maybe, when you're making future decisions, maybe just pull out a little booklet or a little piece, a little copy of it, of the Bill of Rights, and see if that the decision that you guys are about to make is in harmony with that Constitution. That's it.
I do have a Jason and Camille Beck. Looks like you're both with Spring Valley or from Spring Valley Lake. Are you here to speak on the Walmart issue? Okay. Because that item comes up later in the agenda, so I'm going to give those cards over to Mayor Pro Tem. All right, with that, those are all the cards I have under public comment, so we'll move on to the rest of our agenda. Under the Library Board of Trustees and the Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, there were no items at time of posting. Under the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, we do have the consent calendar.
Motion by Councilmember Rothschild, second by Councilmember Kennedy. Councilmember Valles?
My screen doesn't have a number. Is it number 4?
Yes, it is. Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 5, this is a request to approve the sublease agreement with Leading Edge Aircraft Services for Hangar 756.
Motion by Councilmember Kennedy, second by Councilmember Rothschild. Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 6 is request to award a contract to Sarah Tech Incorporated for purchase of pavement repair mix in support of Southern California Logistics Airport Authority airfield maintenance in the amount of $60,750.99.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabrialis, second by Councilmember Kennedy. Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 7 is request to award a contract to Lowe's for purchase of elastomeric roof coating in support of Southern California Logistics Airport Authority facilities maintenance in the amount of $46,320.65.
Motion by Councilmember Kennedy, second by Councilmember Rothschild. Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 8 is request to award a contract to Craftco for the purchase of Dairy Superstretch SS2 crack seal in support of Southern California Logistics Airport Authority airfield maintenance in the amount of $88,622.02.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabrialis, second by Councilmember Rothschild. Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 9 is request to ratify an amendment to the contract with DCS Testing and Equipment for SCLA Hangar 676 fire suppression repairs and approve an additional appropriation in the amount of $39,942.39 for the additional work needed.
Just a question. Mr. Metzler, this, we think, and the staff report indicated this is the end of this fire suppression project. You You believe that's the case?
That is correct. We actually have finally completed the 5-year certification process for the suppression system, so we're done on this.
And that building that hangar was built in what, 1952?
1954, something like that.
And with some modifications, it's still functioning and performing reasonably well.
It's a good structural hangar. It was originally a wide-body hangar and still is a wide-body hangar. There's been modifications over the history to expand it to allow the full enclosure of wide-body 747s. As it relates to this particular item, fire suppression systems have been probably the most critical to make that unit a functional unit for aviation maintenance. And because of the number of different types of uses we've had in that hangar over the years since running the operation, the fire suppression system has actually gone through an evolution itself. The suppression system that we have in there right now is meeting all the life safety requirements. It's basically a foam fire suppression system designed basically to engulf any fire that's...
and we have the certification.
We're certified.
Thank you.
I have a question. In the staff rec, it indicates that when the previous tenant rented it, they made changes to the fire suppression that was out of code, and now we have to put it back. And I'm wondering, is there any liability that the tenant needs to pay for some of this, to put it back to the way he got it? Or how does that work?
No, I'm not aware of any liability from previous tenant. What I am aware of is there have been a number of different types of tenancies in this hangar, and over a period of time there was a number of Band-Aid fixes, for lack of better description, to at least get the system functional but not necessarily passing a certification state. Since we've come on with the new management team, we've been wanting to correct a lot of the issues so that we don't inherit any additional liability unnecessarily. An example that really kind of triggered this particular item and needing to be addressed was the fact that our insurance carrier identified very clearly that if there was a loss due to fire and the system not being fully certified, that we could effectively become liable for any of the damages, not just to the structure, but certainly the contents within it. So we've been working hard to correct all the system issues. We have another hangar that we've identified that will also need some upgrades. We're trying to get your systems as current as we can to meet the current fire standards.
And then my next question is regarding the money. It shows that it was not a budgeted amount, and then the rest of the numbers are zeroed out. And I understand it's going to be appropriated from another account. But I was wondering, what would be what is the balance in that account that you're taking it out of? I just want to make sure that there is money in that account before I approve this.
The $39,942 figure is from SCLA Airport operating cash. It wasn't a budgeted item because this wasn't foreseen, but we've had operating cash surpluses at the airport for the last few years now. So it would actually come from available cash.
Okay, and then what is the balance of that operating cash?
I don't have that with me at this time.
And just one other interesting note out there, we have over 90% of our available space for rent full and operating with all 4 new hangars, plus all the older hangars are all out there, people working in them and making a pretty good wage so far. So we've got a full load of folks out there at the airport working.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera, second by Councilmember Rothschild.
I understand that we need this fire suppression system for liability and to be safe. I'm just not comfortable voting on it if I don't know what the balance is.
And if I may, and for the public's benefit more than anything, this item does get transmitted because it is an additional appropriation to the finance officer, and though I don't have the exact cash balance, the finance officer has reviewed the item to, in fact, verify that cash is adequate and available to satisfy this need, and I'm actually looking at the staff write-up to clearly see that the finance officer has attested to those funds being available.
Will I get the balance at least after the meeting?
We can calculate the balance for you.
Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 10 is request to approve the lease for real property with the United States of America, U.S. Army National Training Center, Movement Control Company, and authorize the chairman to execute related transactional documents.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabriella, second by Councilmember Kennedy. Motion carries unanimously.
As to the successor agency to the RDA and Joint Powers Financing Authority, there were no items at time of posting. Under the Victorville Water District, agenda item number 11, request to approve the annual purchase order request for Mojave Water Agency for water deliveries for High Desert Power Project for fiscal year 2012-2013.
I'm not sure that everybody's clear on this particular purchase order, but correct me if I'm wrong. This is our decision to purchase water from MWA and resell it to the power project.
That is correct, Councilmember Kennedy. So that carries a 10% administrative fee that we collect from that sale. Ultimately, it's essentially a net profit if we were a business.
I have a question. Who sets the rates for this water?
This is a published Mojave Water Agency rate. It's available to anybody.
So everybody that purchases water gets the same exact rate?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Motion by Councilmember Kennedy, second by Councilmember Rothschild.
And any agreement that they have is not with the city, it's with MWA regarding rates?
No, actually, this would have been an agreement that came over when the city took on the Victorville Water District, or Victor Valley Water District. Any agreement that High Desert Power Project has for water would be originally through that Victor Valley Water District, and with the formation of the Victorville Water District that combined Victor Valley, Baldy Mesa, and the city's water assets, then it becomes an agreement to that successor agency.
But not setting of the rates. And the reason why I ask is because we're paying, the power plant is buying it for $350 per acre foot, but there's other solar plants that pay $800 per acre foot. And I know that Buck Johns is a principal in the power plant one, correct?
No, actually, he's not a principal. He started the development of that, and actually he was bought, or his interest was bought. He does have some kind of a cut of the net profit. I don't know what that is. That's between him and Constellation.
He has an interest in that company.
He certainly does have an interest in the success of that operation. Yes.
But I want to be clear that it's not us that's setting the rate so cheap. It's MWA.
MWA sets that rate. Correct. I don't know that it's so cheap or not so cheap. I think it's a published rate that is available to anybody.
Okay.
That rate, it originates with the state water project, but that rate varies as water moves through the state. As it goes over the Tehachapies, that water becomes more expensive because there is a lot of pumping costs. So it's interesting how those rates are developed. I know this because I worked on the Water District Board for 7 years. But it's also possible to buy water from other agencies and wheel it. So not everybody pays the MWA rate. You only pay that rate if you buy from MWA, and we're required to buy from MWA for this purpose.
Right, and those other solar projects, if they're buying potable water, that could explain why it's more expensive water. I don't know without looking into it.
Okay, and then one last question, and I know we're making revenue from this deal, but why wouldn't the power plant go directly to MWA?
I don't believe that they can do that. I think they have to purchase it through the water district, essentially. The MWA is not a retail water provider. They're a wholesaler, so they wholesale the water to the water district.
Per district, okay.
Right.
I get it.
Right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Right, the City Council performing housing functions of the former RDA, there were no items at time of posting. We are now moving on to agenda items number 12, as well as 13 will be followed by that. As I've stated previously, I have to recuse myself on both of these items. One on 12 with respect to the St. Mary Medical Center. My insurance agency has done business with that organization within the last 12 months. Therefore, I have a financial interest, cannot participate in the vote. And with respect to Tamarisk Marketplace and Walmart, my insurance agency insures Spring Valley Lake Association, and thus I have a financial interest and cannot participate in that vote. Thus, I will be handing this over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Rudy Cabrialis, to handle the public hearing.
I will now reconvene the public hearing, item number 12, which is for St. Mary's. And staff, do we have a report?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, on St. Mary's, I'll turn it over to Mr. Mike Sarzinski, Senior Planner with the Development Department.
Actually, that would be Mr. Webb.
Okay, and Mike is turning it over to Scott Webb, Associate Planner with the Development Department. So.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Scott Webb. I'm Associate Planner with the City of Victorville. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. As you know, this project is being reheard to be reapproved, so to speak, if you so desire. The project was originally advertised, and there was a flaw in the agenda where we didn't properly notice the adoption of the negative declaration. In your additional information tonight, we've also responded to comments from the Briggs Law Corporation. So as staff, we're here to answer any questions, but we feel the project's ready to be acted upon.
Questions? Thank you very much. I do have two cards. One is from Frank Atkins.
Hello again, Council. Frank Atkins on the ballot for Victorville City Council. As far as I can tell, I've spoke with staff. I've even reviewed countless things online about this, and I think this is a great thing for the city of Victorville. I absolutely see no reason for a no vote. I say this is a yes vote, and it's a good thing for the people. We'll have a trauma center now between San Bernardino and Vegas, and I think it's a good thing. I hope you all vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wesley Akamoto.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Cabrialis and members of the City Council. My name is Wesley Okamoto. I'm here to represent St. Mary and St. Joseph Health. We truly appreciate the support that you've given us over the last several months, and hope that you will see it fit to approve the project. I'm here also with architect Robert Martinez and civil engineer Rob Kilpatrick, if you have any questions. But again, we're just asking you to please support our project and approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the City Council? Okay, I would like to call for the clerk to read the ordinance.
Ordinance number 2290, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving planned unit development PLN 11-00010, which includes the approval of a mitigated negative declaration to allow for a medical, retail, and hospitality campus on 98 acres to be anchored by a 128-bed hospital on property located west of Amargosa Road, north of Smoke Tree Street, east of Cobalt Road, and south of Mesa Street, St. Mary Medical Center.
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, you did formally close the public hearing.
I will now close the public hearing. Thank you.
Can we waive the reading, or is it necessary to read it?
You can vote with waiver of the reading of the ordinance.
We'll waive further reading of the ordinance,
Move
entertain a
introduction of
motion.
ordinance number 2290 and 2292, and adoption of resolution number 12020. Is that
I
acceptable?
do need to read the title of ordinance number 2292. An ordinance of the City of Victorville to allow a development agreement PLN 12-00007 between the City of Victorville and St. Mary Medical Center in connection with a medical, retail, and hospitality campus on 98 acres to be anchored by a 128-bed hospital on property located west of Amargosa Road, north of Smoketree Street, east of Cobalt Road, and south of Mesa Street.
Waive further reading.
Second.
For clarification, Mayor Pro Tem Cabriales, is this an action on all three of the items, the two ordinances and the resolution?
You get all three?
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Rothschild, second by Councilmember Kennedy. Motion carries with Mayor McEachron absent.
We'll now reconvene item 13. It's a public hearing called to hear arguments for and against the approval of PLN 08-00053 and 54 pertaining to Tamarisk Marketplace, the Walmart, and the adoption of the following resolutions and ordinance. The first thing we'll do, I will call staff in Walmart did not get a chance to make their presentation at the last meeting. I will ask, too, for the audience who have cards. I have around 60 cards here at 3 minutes each. That means we're going to be here for not 2 hours, but maybe 3 hours. If you spoke at the last meeting and your card is already on record and your testimony is already on record, I would ask that you pass for the sake of time. We can't force you, but I would ask that due to the time constraints that we may have. So if you already spoke at the last meeting, your statements are on the record. Please pass. At this time, I will turn it over to
Mr. Chairman, if folks are willing to pass, perhaps when your name is called, you could just stand up and say, I'm in favor or I'm opposed if you don't want to repeat your comments. If you want to repeat your comments, of course, you're free to do it. But
That's
just
right.
let us know that you're in favor or you're opposed.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Senior Planner Mike Sarzinski is going to handle this presentation. Thank you, Mike. And also at the dais joining him is Brian Gingler, the city engineer. Gentlemen, if you could please give a brief staff presentation.
Yes, Mayor, Pro Tem, council members, as you may recall, this item was continued from the September 4th council meeting due to some last-minute comments received. Those comments have been addressed, and the project may be acted upon tonight. In summary, the item before you tonight is the proposed Tamarisk Marketplace Shopping Center with an anchor Walmart and 4 retail buildings. Last January, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project to the City Council, including a zone change from office to commercial. However, they did not make a recommendation on the general plan amendment. The proposed project includes a general plan amendment, a zone change, a site plan, a parcel map, a conditional use permit, as well as a detailed environmental impact report. Council is requested to approve the project by making the necessary findings, adopting the statement of overriding considerations, adopting the mitigation monitoring plan, certifying the environmental impact report, and adopting the ordinance and the resolutions. Should the council have any questions for staff, we are available, as well as the Walmart team. Unless Mr. Gangler has any comments at this time, I'd like to turn it straight over to the Walmart team for their presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, my name is Stan Rothbart. I'm the president of Rothbart Development Corporation. We are the applicant and the developer of Tamarisk Marketplace. We're very excited this evening to present before you for your consideration our project. Some of the reasons for our excitement is we see this project is bringing significant new jobs to the community, significant revenue to the city, and a convenient value shopping opportunity for the residents of this valley. One need only look at the response to the recent Walmart opening at Dunia to see how excited local shoppers are about this type of offering. This project was first brought before the city, our application filed in 2006. In that 6 years, we have done substantial community outreach. We have changed hundreds and hundreds of site plans. We have integrated massive infrastructure into the project. And we've listened, and we've listened intently to the comments both from the dais, whether it's Planning Commission or from the community. It was 8 months ago that we had our Planning Commission hearing. It's unusual to have an 8-month lag time between Planning Commission and City Council. And there's a very good reason for it. There were numerous speakers at that Planning Commission hearing that spoke about numerous issues, the most significant of which we heard was about the drainage issues. Tonight, we are proud and excited to announce really an unprecedented action, we believe, on behalf of a private developer. We have chosen to retain 100% of all runoff on site. What that means effectively is that, that there will be no off-site runoff. It is unprecedented. When we met with Lahontan to discuss this issue, they turned to us and said, we have never, ever heard of a developer offering to retain 100%. I think if you ask your staff, they would concur that, at least in their history here, that no one has ever offered to do such a thing. The result of this voluntary effort on our part is to actually reduce the amount of runoff from our site and reduce the velocity of runoff from our site. It's not a huge amount, but it is a reduction. So we will have no impact on downstream properties. We're so excited about that. I chose not to speak to many of the other issues that we have heard raised previously. I imagine we're going to hear them again tonight, and we're prepared to respond to any questions you might have. Our consultants are here also to assist in that manner. We thank you for the opportunity of bringing this project to you. It is the third large project that we brought to the city of Victorville. There aren't too many developers that bring 3 large projects into one city when there are 3 cities. We thank you. We urge your support for our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we pose questions?
Are there any questions? Does that complete your presentation? Any questions from City Council? We'll start with Mike over here.
I don't have any particular, but I did notice one of the other features on your development is when you were dealing with the traffic on Bear Valley Road, and that's the only corridor you can effectively deal with in there, that we've moved from 1 signal light to 2 as basic entry points from there, and as well as the Spring Valley Lake area. So you picked up an extra intersection there. I take it as well in your development.
We did, and it was one of the reasons for that 6 years. Is that after we had filed our application and been going through the process, the city had decided that relocating Spring Valley Parkway over to align with Peach was a very significant and important aspect of our project, and asked that we incorporate that into our project, including the signal at Peach, which is currently a very dangerous intersection. And in conjunction with that, we interlinked the traffic signals so that actually the traffic impacts are lessened once we finish those improvements. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. We have a public hearing. We would like to have. There's 2 sides to every story, and we have to respect our opinions. So let's show some decorum here, and let's demonstrate our civility and not be too disruptive when you don't agree with someone else's opinion.
Had a couple of questions. Just to finish up this topic, and then I did want to ask about water runoff, but there's been a lot of discussion about traffic congestion and how it will be magnified, multiplied, and so on. In fact, when we had our public hearing 2 weeks ago, a number of 10,000 cars was bandied about, and I didn't quite catch exactly what whoever said that, what they meant. Are you expecting 10,000 cars a day, a week, a month? Do you expect 10,000 new shoppers in that store?
Well, there's a significant amount of pass-by traffic. I mean, the traffic volumes on Bear Valley Road today, I think, are somewhere in the range of 60,000, I believe. A lot of those cars are who typically drive down that highway will shop in the shopping center. There are numerous traffic trips to what was the existing store on Bear Valley and Balsam, and those folks will probably take a shorter trip to this location. To speak specifically to the number, I think I need to ask our traffic engineer to respond on the specifics of it, but I think what you'll find is that with the combination of improvements that we'll be doing on Bear Valley, the signal that we're adding, the interconnect, and the fees that we're paying for other intersections, the result is that we mitigate it to levels that are better than they exist today. That's with assuming the growth that you would have, the natural growth that you would have, and assuming that the background projects that are already approved in the city. But let me let Tiana speak to the specifics of the number of trips.
The number is a little bit less than 10,000 on a daily basis, but that assumes we did a worst-case analysis. That assumes the trips that would be generated by a project this size, assuming there was no other retail development anywhere else. A lot of these trips will be attracted at this site, as Mr. Rothbard said, because they are already going to other retail locations. And in addition, to mitigate those trips, as is done with every traffic study, we've identified mitigation measures. Those are commensurate improvements to accommodate that traffic and also to, in some cases, improve it, because we are widening Bear Valley Road. We're adding an additional lane on the north side of the street. We're improving the intersection of Tamarisk, I, and Bear Valley. We're also recommending improvements at Spring Valley. And further down the road, we will be paying fair share fees towards improvements all along that corridor.
Have you attempted to factor in the change in traffic flows when we open the Nisqually overpass and the flows of traffic, at least between the freeway and Hesperia Road on Nisqually?
In the opening year, we have not assumed the opening of Nisqually because we did a worst-case scenario, and we did not know at the time when that project would be actually constructed, when the funds would be available. It's under construction right now. In the future years, we did look at the diversion of traffic from Bear Valley Road to the north on Nisqually, and that's done based upon the Victorville city traffic model, which looks at all of the growth in both Victorville as well as in the Victor Valley area, and adds all that traffic on the roadway system, balances it out, and our analysis shows the conditions both in opening year, 10 years after that, and in 2035. And so that's why you see the number of intersections that could potentially be operating unacceptably, but that we have identified mitigation for.
Another question back on water. You said that you're going to retain 100% of the rainfall on that site. You're not going to retain 100% of the water that flows from Hesperia across that site.
That's correct. We will pass through. We pick up the water from the south into a desilting basin just to the west of our project. And that water will, from the south, we will continue to send that water through the site. However, our property also has rainfall that would have migrated to the north, and we're going to retain all of that, plus we're retaining all the water, the increase in water, because we're taking in a pervious condition dirt and we're paving it, so that increases the amount of water because it can't percolate into the soil, and we're retaining all that. So retaining historic flow on our property and developed flow from our property. So the runoff is actually less than it is today.
Do you have any idea how many, in gallons, which is something we all understand, how many gallons will be held in those retention basins?
Others? Thomas? Acre feet, maybe. 4.8 acre feet.
And there are what, 325,000 gallons in an acre feet? Yeah, okay.
I would like to point out, though, that in order to accomplish this, because it was not an easy task, which is one of the reasons it took 8 months, that not only did we have to design it, we had to study it, we had to do perk tests to see if it would work, we had to go and work with Lahontan to see if they liked it, and by the way, they love it because they love the fact that we're percolating more water into groundwater, so it will increase the groundwater. When we did the evaluation, we figured out we had to lose buildings in the shopping center because we needed more retention basins in order to hold the water. So we did, in fact, make a significant modification to our project to eliminate building structures in order to accommodate this design.
Are those basins deep enough to get past the caliche layers so that you actually can percolate, or will the water mound, or will... At least it's 4.8 acre feet that will not flow into Spring Valley if we have another flood like 2004.
Right, and we couldn't do anything with the historic water that we're accepting through our site, but we're not adding to it.
Yeah. What about the percolation?
Yeah, the basins will be deep enough that they'll find a layer that's...
Lift your mic up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The basins are 6 feet deep at max, but we're going to improve the soil conditions within the 10 feet below the basin to improve the percolation rate to get to a layer of soil that will allow for better percolation rates so those basins can drain within 48 hours.
I think my last question, which you haven't addressed yet, is for the last probably year, at least since January, I've been getting emails from folks in that region, in that area, who believe that locating a Walmart next to a church or a school or a senior center is just an outrageously foolish idea. But wait, hold it. Wait. There's more to my question. I'm still waiting for somebody, anybody, to explain to me why that's true. What is your experience locating your stores?
Well, why? What they think is true? Well, we do have a very, staunch opinion about it. Obviously, Bear Valley Road is a dynamic commercial corridor, and one only need look at every major intersection to see all the way up and down or sideways on Bear Valley that there are commercial endeavors. We have thought about this issue a lot, and I'd like to at least bring up some slides that I can show you. I mean, obviously... Hello? Obviously, the first issue we looked at was how the property itself is sited vis-a-vis the uses that in and around it. And it's really unfair to just look at it as vacant land because there is a plan for what's going to happen to this property. And I'd like to bring up on the screen really what the general plan build-out is ultimately for this area. If Ross could find it. Find it. Next page. Okay, I don't know how legible it is, but you can see we've superimposed our shopping center onto the vacant parcel. We've left on the existing, the church, and the schools, and then we've superimposed a depiction of the land use that's prescribed for those areas, so that you can see that at build-out, there are significant buffers between the schools and the commercial projects. There's high-density residential, or medium-density residential immediately to the south of the schools, and then you get into office professional. And if you look all around the site, based on the existing zoning, there's substantial buffer between both educational institutions and the shopping center. Obviously, this property had retail commercial zoning on the frontage. It was really the interior piece that was zoned commercial but not retail commercial. At the time of the general plan, I have no idea whether or not the city considered where their large retail projects would go, but I believe if you ask staff, they will tell you that it is the city's perspective that large retail projects should go at major intersections along Bear Valley and along Spring Valley. So let me jump to the next slide and show you. We didn't have a lot of time, but we reached out to see in communities other than Victorville if you found retail close to educational institutions. And we just like to go quickly through a variety of them that we found in communities that I think are highly regarded communities: Newport Beach, residential, Solano Beach, Berlin Middle School, Del Dios, and Escondido, right next to 3 large shopping centers. San Marcos High School, next to retail right across the street. Agoura Hills High School, right next to, close to the Agoura Hills City Mall. Covina, right next door. Marina High School in Huntington Beach, right across the street. Tribuca Hills High School, right across the street from 2 centers. Granada Hills, literally across the street.
But do you believe that Walmart needs to be buffered from schools and churches?
Well, we don't believe.
Oh, I'm just asking.
We don't believe they need to be buffered. We're just showing you instances where they are located next door and that where your current zoning allows buffering. We don't think it's necessary. We don't see the danger involved in it. And we just wanted to show how it happens all through Southern California, and there aren't any problems. Those are great school districts. I remember we noticed that Notre Dame High School is right across the street. There are, from city after city after city, they exist. And there's a reason they exist, is because they work. And it really doesn't create the problem. It's the Chicken Little sky is falling mentality that when Walmart comes, everything, goes downhill. And it's just not the case. And I think you have experience in your city, but certainly if you look around Southern California, there are Walmarts in virtually every community, and they coexist well with schools, with churches, and we just have not run into the problem. It's really more a complaint that we hear occasionally in advance, but the reality is when the store opens, we don't see any problems. I'm sorry.
Yeah. How many semi-trucks do you think that you're going to have going to that location? Per day?
I'm going to have to ask someone else. I think I'm hearing an answer. 1 second. Is it 16?
Mayor Pro Tem Cabriales and council members, Aaron Rios, I'm Senior Manager of Public Affairs for Walmart in Southern California. Appreciate the question, Councilwoman. So it was studied 16 truck trips per day. However, our operations typically function with less than that. But we have to study the peak within the year. So peak for us is obviously the holiday season. And our entire team's happy to continue answering questions. Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, I might suggest that maybe you take public comment. I think it may answer some questions, it may leave some other questions open, and give us an opportunity to answer questions at the end so that we can include any other comments that may come up so we don't have to maybe double back. But if you want to continue at this time, we're happy to do that as well.
I think that's a good idea. The council agrees. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't get to ask any more questions?
Oh, we're going to wait till the end?
So why did Kennedy get to?
Well, she still has some questions. Go ahead and answer her questions, and then we'll get there.
So if you look at page 3-15 as part of the EIR, we studied up to 30 deliveries per week is what was expected for 2-axle trucks, and an additional 25 deliveries per week would be received via larger multiple axle delivery trucks. And again, those were all worst case scenario studies so that we accommodated the holiday season when we're at our peak.
So 50, is that right?
What was studied, again, was 30 and 25 per week.
Oh, 55 per week? Wow, okay, so we're up to 55 per week, 10,000 cars a day, and then we have, what is the rating that Sandbag has rated Bear Valley Road currently?
You're probably talking about the level of service, and typically that's done with numbers or letters. And there are some intersections on Bear Valley Road that operate at a level of service F today that's a congested condition.
Can you give me the letter?
There is a level of service F, which is a congested condition on several intersections along Bear Valley Road at the peak hours.
That's right. That's what I understand, that Sandbag has rated Bear Valley Road on many intersections an F rating now. And that's without the 10,000 additional cars and the 55 semis.
Correct. That's also without the infrastructure improvements that are part of the project.
And then I want to ask, now I understand that we have diverted all of our Measure I funds so that we can't fix any roads. You gave me a figure of maybe 2-3 years, depending on how much Nisqually ends up costing us. My concern is that why would we put all this additional traffic on these roads? When we're our roads are really in bad condition.
Yeah, there are some road improvements, as Mr. Rios mentioned, and on the Measure I, there's likely to be a withholding of the next 2 to 3 years of Measure I dollars from Sandbag in order to pay for the La Mesa Nisqually interchange. We have banked Measure I dollars as well as some gas tax dollars in order to continue at least a minimum level of maintenance services for the existing roads. It would be difficult for the council to approve any additional projects. However, we made sure that we would have maintenance dollars available for our existing infrastructure.
Now, I understand that Rios is saying that he's going to make improvements to the roads, but improvements is a one-time thing. What about the regular maintenance after all these cars and semi-trucks?
That is something that would necessarily fall to the city. Any regular maintenance of any roads after they're dedicated to the city is a city function. We do receive sales tax, gas tax dollars in order to make those repairs. Additionally, Measure I is based partially 50% on sales tax. So to the extent sales tax dollars go up, there are additional maintenance dollars available.
Okay. I was a professor at Victor Valley College and a professor at San Bernardino Valley College, and I live in Eagle Ranch. To get to Victor Valley College today would take me about 45 minutes from Eagle Ranch at about, I taught the 6 o'clock class. And if I taught 6 o'clock in San Bernardino Valley College, it only takes me 30 minutes from Eagle Ranch. So can you imagine? The burden that it's going to put on the commuters and the drivers just trying to pick up their kids from school. And now let's get to the schools. Just trying to get to the schools on time. And I don't know if you've been reading our papers, but we've had an extraordinary amount of pedestrian deaths that are going on here and injuries in the Victor Valley. And I'm very concerned putting that much traffic in that small of a congested area and that large of a store to what is already a nightmare would endanger children and keep parents from getting to their children in a timely manner. Also, on a side note, I overheard an employee talking today at work, and he was saying that he lives behind the old Walmart on Balsam. And now that they moved, he says how incredibly quiet, and that he's able to leave his garage door open for more than 15 minutes, and that the trash has significantly decreased. And my question to you, Rios, is if you couldn't keep Victorville store safe and clean, what makes you think that you're going to keep the Spring Valley Lake store?
Councilwoman, if I could, I'd like to defer that after public comment. I do have I do have a presentation that I am happy to address that, but I'm sure there's a number of people that would like to make their public comment and go home. I will stay here as late as necessary tonight, but I'd like to give them an opportunity to make their comments.
Currently, our zoning is for a professional business office, and now we're looking at putting it to retail, which it just boggles my mind because it was obviously zoned for professional business office for a reason. And why we're even considering changing it. The only way I would change something like that is if it was for the betterment of the community. And I don't see that happening here.
That it?
I wanted to get into jobs, but I'll wait till later.
Okay, thank you. We'll now proceed with the public hearing. And as I indicated before, and a suggestion by my colleague, Mr. Kennedy, that if, you know, we already went through this last 2 weeks ago, and if you're already on the record, and you want to pass in order to give us more time at the end so we can fully discuss the outcome, then just pass, raise your hand and just say pass and support or non-support, okay? Appreciate that. Thank you very much. The first one I have is, I think it's Paul Berger. Now we also have an overflow room, room D, and it's, there are some people in room D that have submitted cards. If I call the name and someone is in room D, just proceed to the council chambers, and I'll keep going through the cards, and if you show up, just raise your hand and then I'll acknowledge you. Thank you.
I have prepared actually I wanted to finish what I started 2 weeks ago, but Mr. Rothbard said something to me that was so outrageous that I felt I have to address it rather than address what I'm doing. Drainage. The town of Apple Valley demands that you retain all water on site for any development that drains toward the dry lake. They know that. I mean, this is not a unique thing. They're planning on building a Walmart in Apple Valley that drains to the dry lake. They know that this is not unique. I just wonder why in the world they waited till the last minute to come up with this thing. Thank you.
Mary Stepp.
Well, good evening, members of the City Council and Victorville staff. I'm here tonight to voice opposition to the Walmart Shopping Center and Tamarisk Marketplace. First, I would like to state that I am not opposed to Walmart and I'm not opposed to jobs. I saw the new Walmart Shopping Center located at the Lowe's Kohl's area and noted its right place for a business of that type because it has all the amenities and infrastructure needed for a big office store. As you already know, along with the rest of us, the location near Spring Valley Lake does not have this infrastructure needed to support such a store. It is already a traffic nightmare, and your vote to continue the project would add more congestion and misery. The plan for the area was one of professional business. Under this original plan, schools and daycare centers were located there. The Victor Valley College, that provides continued education to our future, is located there. That is why you have a plan. That's why you adopted the plan. Now you want to change zoning so you can cash in on sales tax revenues. I'm sure you've been courted by Walmart executives and developers promising big returns and sunny skies. But when you were elected, you have a higher responsibility to look at the big plan or the original vision for all residents, ensuring that it is sustainable for the future. We all know that the city of Victorville is looking for ways to overcome bad decisions it's made in the past and generate revenue to build a better Victorville. I want that, and I believe all of us want that. Therefore, I implore you to listen to the people, not developers who will come and go, and Walmart executives who do not live here. Make smart choices for all of us. We will all be negatively impacted by a Walmart in the Tamarisk area. Please stop wasting Victorville taxpayers' money on a bad plan.
You have 30 seconds left, please.
Stick to the original plan. It is a good one. Locate Walmart to a location that conforms with the original plan. Thank you.
Gary Dibben. Gary Dibben.
Hello, Council. But first off, my colleague here obviously does not live in the high desert. We have all seen storms here that are just plain belly busters. You cannot control it and funnel the water into one spot. Second off, I really take offense with people saying, I want jobs in Victorville, the city that I love. I don't want Walmart-style jobs. Walmart puts mom-and-pop joints out of business. Please do not put it in.
Kevin Murphy. Kevin Murphy.
I'm going to make this quick. Just want to make up for the last time. You guys have talked a lot about traffic and this, that, and the other, but have you addressed anything about traffic at the schools? Has anybody gone out there and looked at the situation with the schools? You talk about a buffer zone. The schools are right down the street. I say right down the street, 200 or 300 feet is the junior high, and then another couple hundred feet is the elementary school. Have you addressed this at all in your traffic stuff? When schools letting out or when they're dropping off their kids? all I got to tell you is there is no valid reason to change this zoning. Just move the project.
Dottie Schuyler. Dottie Schuyler. Catherine Stein. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
One of my concerns is how would an ambulance get through to our Spring Valley Lake should we need one? And another thing also, nobody's brought up the fact that they crunch boxes at night. We're going to hear boxes being crunched if Walmart goes through. That's all.
Catherine Stein. Catherine Stein. Sharon Emery. Thank you. Alfred Calvers. Harvest, I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, mistake. One of many. My name is Alfred Tarvis. I've been a resident of the High Desert 16 years or so. Parents retired up here from early 80s. I have no problem with the people that have are for a Walmart up here. I have just a problem with the location. The esteemed gentleman that showed their nice aerial pictures of planned communities much larger than this beautiful high desert we live in. Never sit in the traffic on Bear Valley Road. The worst congestion right there if they haven't sat in it. And it's even worse going westbound towards the mall. Every day, I'm not sure how many times a day, but it's bad now. How much worse can it get? And can they really guarantee 100% retention of floodwater? I was sitting in that storm in 2002, bringing my children, heading towards the movies, and I've never seen anything like that. No one can, retain that kind of water, and it'll just make it worse. I just think it's just a bad location. I have no problem with Walmart, the type of jobs it might bring, maybe the jobs it'll put out, and the other retailers that have been dedicated to the High Desert for more than 20 years, the larger supermarkets and small mom and pop. It's just a bad location. They can move it on Hesperia Road or to the alternate location by Food for Less. It's just a bad location. The places they showed near schools were bigger planned communities, not near 3 schools, Alzheimer's care facilities, and if never sat in traffic trying to drop your children off at that school, they have no idea. It's just going to make it worse. Screw up the curriculum at the schools and getting their children to school. I've sat in it before, and I don't want to see it worse. Thank you very much.
Manny Khan. Manny Khan.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem and panel members. I gotta say one thing, that seems like Angela is not pain in the neck. She's a blessing from God, and every one of you speak the way she's speaking. This is a shame for all of you. This is not right. 3 miles east, there is a land galore, and Walmart got billions of dollars. Why they want to be in our pits, I have no idea. Please keep dignity, faith together, and say no to this Walmart at that location. Please, I beg you.
I've had a great suggestion to call 2 at a time, so we'll have one waiting. So I'm going to do that. It'll expedite the time constraints. Jeff Smith and Luan Hoffler.
Hi, my name is Jeff Smith. I live in Spring Valley Lake. First of all, this new Walmart and grocery store is going to save my family lots of drives over to Apple Valley to do shopping. Also, if we have a disaster, like an earthquake or a flood, it would be great to have a store like Walmart where we could go buy supplies and food. And last of all, I don't get the claims that Walmart's going to cause criminals to descend upon the local schools. If you read the crime reports that come out of the college and out of Spring Valley Lake, it would seem that the criminals already know the locations of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Eckert and Nathan Guillen.
Good evening. My name is Luann LaFleur. I live in the city of Victorville. I've been on this desert since 1969. I remember whenever River Valley Road was dirt. I remember whenever Spring Valley went in. Been here a long time. I think we should let Walmart go in there. Don't see any problem with it. It's a business. Let the business do its business. You know, instead, yes, you guys can have little strip mall commercial.
Please
right?
speak to the.
Okay.
Speak to the,
okay. Strip mall commercial that has medical marijuana in there. You got your liquor store in there. You got your tattoo parlor in there. That could be the other option for that area. Walmart's a lot safer than that. People are worried about the trash. Do like San Francisco say, you can't have any bags. You have to bring your own bags. Everybody, it's this huge NIMBY up here. Not in my backyard. Spring Valley Lake is not part of the city of Victorville. They don't want to be a part of the city of Victorville. So why do they get to decide what the city of Victorville, what you all who were elected by the citizens of Victorville, you all were by the citizens here. Spring Valley, do they vote for you? Can they vote for you? They're not part of Victorville. They don't want to be. But yet they want to tell the city how to run their business. I don't think that's right. I live here in Victorville for a reason. I don't live there for a reason. I support this city one way or the other. I just think that we should be able to have the Walmart there. I don't think it's going to be any big thing. The traffic's going to be there anyway. If not, they go up the road and you're still going to have the traffic. That's rude. That's my thing. I don't see why, if people are not allowed to vote for you, why should they be able to tell you what to do with your job? And Walmart should. I support Walmart, their right to go in. I don't personally shop there, but I support their right. I don't shop there, but that's not the point. They have a right. How many of you have had businesses? And do you want somebody else from another state or some other city to come in and tell you suddenly how you're allowed to do your business? Think about that. That's my thing. I don't think that people who do not vote, cannot vote, should tell you all what to do.
You have 30
Thank
seconds
you.
left. Thank you. Aisha Salgado and Gino Mercado.
First of all, I want to say thank you for your time, and also that when we came in, right now, there was a sign that said, have respect. You know, when people are talking, have respect. Everybody on this side of the room is over here, you know, making their comments, clicking their pin right behind me. You know, when these gentlemen are speaking, they're over there laughing and mocking them. You know, that's wrong. You know, we're in a city place. That should not go on here. Right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? You know, so please have respect. I don't care who you are. Anybody in this room, have respect for people talking. Okay, my next thing I want to say is I'm for Walmart. Okay, that sign says mission possible. Not impossible, but mission possible. Make things possible for the city of Victorville, not just Spring Valley Lake, not just, you know, but all over Victorville. There's people that are for and against Walmart. okay? But make this today, make the decision today. Don't prolong it. Don't keep going around circles about traffic. Traffic's everywhere. Traffic's in LA, traffic's in San Francisco, traffic's in Las Vegas, okay? Traffic's going to be traffic wherever it's at, okay? For the record, I think Walmart has been nothing but good for this community. I've been with this community over 10 years. I've worked at Smart & Final as a manager, and Walmart was never a problem for the Smart & Final, which was right across the street from Walmart.
Thank you. Cheryl Pollack and Sandy Pollack.
Hi, my name is Aisha Salgado, and I am a Victorville resident. I am a supporter of Walmart. I believe this new location in East Victorville will be beneficial to the city for many reasons. Most of them including jobs. I have many family members that work for Walmart locally, and also family who work for the Walmart distribution center in Arkansas. I came back today to speak on behalf of the residents who do not live in Spring Valley Lake. We need a closer location that we don't have to drive all the way down to the new location to shop. No matter what store you put on that location, there is going to cause traffic and congestion and crime, but I believe that the representatives of Victorville should be, first priority should be to the Victorville residents. Again, I believe that we need these jobs as a tax revenue and to benefit more shopping on our side of town. Instead of listening to out-of-town attorneys, I encourage you to vote for the interest of Victorville residents and approve this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl and Sandy Pollack. Cheryl?
I approve Walmart.
Okay. Scott Eckert, I would call Scott. Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scott Eckert. I'll let the developer's own words speak for themselves on the impacts this project will have on all high desert residents. Quote, the EIR identifies certain significant impacts to traffic, air quality, and noise that cannot be mitigated to less than significant levels. Unquote. Why would we even consider ignoring these warnings that the developer has given us? Over the past few days, the public has been inundated with phone calls and mailers like the one I'm holding in my hand right here. On it are the words, your community, your voice, your choice. So now, just before the final vote, we are finally being asked if we want this project or not. If you consider the huge negative response to this project over the past 6 years, it's pretty obvious that the public does not want this project at this current location. There is no public outcry against other Walmart stores in the high desert, and the reason is very simple. All of these other stores are being built in appropriate commercially zoned areas. When Walmart purchased the land for this project in 2006, they knew that 50% of the site was not zoned for commercial use, and they knew that there were 10,000 students and children nearby. What were they thinking? That no one would be watching, or that parents or residents wouldn't fight to protect their students and children? How stupid do they think we are? The Victorville General Plan was updated in 2008 to provide for larger commercial corners at major intersections. It's pretty obvious that this location is not a major intersection and does not comply with your own general plan. It doesn't even have the proper land use designation for this project and should not be changed just to accommodate this developer's mistake in selecting an inappropriate site 6 years ago. In fact, in 2004, a condo development right next to the TMP site was denied because of concerns over traffic and drainage. The developer has identified a simple solution in their own study. They identified it themselves. California law requires that the developer identify and consider an alternate site, and they have selected a site that meets their needs. The site is just 2 miles from the current location and still within the city.
30
of Victorville.
seconds left.
Yet the developer claims there are no benefits to this site. In fact, there are several benefits that reduce the cumulative impacts of all the problems. It's 100% commercially zoned already, doesn't require changing the general plan. The site is not located within 800 feet of 10,000 students. Adequate drainage and flood control already exist. So tonight, developer has made it very easy for you to do the right thing. You don't have to take a stance against Walmart. All you have to do is stick by your own general plan that was updated in 2008. You've used very good judgment to bring 2 other Walmarts here. This store does not make sense. Please deny the general plan and zoning change request and tell the developer to simply pursue their project at the alternative site. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me appeal one more time. Every time you applaud like that, and I don't, it's emotional, and you have a right, but every time you do that, you're taking time away from the procedure here, from the process that we're trying to get through. We can be here all night long until we get through, and we do have still a whole bunch of cards. But when you do that, you're taking time away not only from the person that's speaking, if you interrupt during the time he's speaking, and it's his time you're stealing. So let's be considerate of that. I urge you, please. Patricia Watkins and James Carr.
Good evening. I just had death last Friday here on Bear Valley Road, a member of my church. I'm Patricia Watkins. I've been here in the desert since 1999. And my concern is the street racing on Bear Valley Road. Spring Valley Lake has one way in and one way out. And I'm just concerned about, like I said, the death that we have. I know everybody, they've heard about all the deaths over the years. But like I said, we just lost a member, and due to speeding. Her son didn't die, but she's in heaven. So my concern is I'm supporting Walmart, and no offense to anyone, but is it really what is the real reason why we don't want the Walmart? What is the real reason why we don't want Walmart in that area? Is it really because of the schools? Is it really because of the senior citizen? Is it really because of the college? I mean, as the gentleman said, in the other areas in the different counties, there's schools everywhere. I mean, I just say respect. If you're going to work there, if you're going to shop there, I mean, it'll be easier for this side to go there and not go all the way to the other side of the freeway. It'll be right in their own vicinity. So, I mean, I'm for Walmart. Thank you for my time.
Bill Brown and Ann Brown.
You called James Carr? Yes, sir.
I sure did. Okay. Bill Brown, Ann Brown.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is William Brown. I've been a High Desert resident for in excess of 20 years. I'm an instructor at Victor Valley College. I teach in the health department. And for 30 some odd years prior to moving to the High Desert, I was a health instructor in high schools and colleges down the hill. Much has been said about the traffic problems, the flooding problems. They are problems. The flooding problem, I believe that Walmart has a financial wherewithal that they probably could handle that, bringing in a hydro engineer. However, nothing can be done about the traffic problem. It's absolutely impossible to handle it. Being an educator, I can tell you that it's no fun to be in a classroom and have noise outside the classroom constantly and not be able to conduct class. The noise in that area would be absolutely impossible to handle, as somebody's mentioned already about the noise being much less up where the old Walmart was on Bear Valley. The issue that I have the most trouble with, though, to be honest with you, being a health instructor, when they talked about the air quality and the control, I did some research into it. And there have been many speakers before talk about it, but I believe they just mentioned it lightly. The PM10 and the carbon monoxide, which will be emitted in that area, would not have time to dissipate into the air before it was in the playgrounds and the senior citizen living districts there. Those people out in the playgrounds exercising, breathing deeply when you exercise, you're no longer in a state of homeostasis. The senior citizens out trying to get some fresh air and walk, that air would not be there for them. They would have to inhale all that exhaust because it hasn't had time to dissipate because of the near proximity of the Walmart shopping center. I am not against Walmart either. I think it's a great store. There's a number of places it can go. That is the wrong position for it there. You all are aware of, I believe, the situation in Hinckley a number of years back. They produced the movie, Aaron Brockovich. They had a water contamination problem there. If they needed to, they could go get bottled water to stay away from that. Sadly enough, our children on the playgrounds and the senior citizens out trying to get a little exercise would not be able to go out and get bottled air for them to get away from the contaminated air that would be in their near proximity where they have to exercise. I strongly oppose Walmart for that reason, not because of the location. I mean, not because of the Walmart store, but because of the location. It does not belong there. You folks took this position on the city council to protect Victorville, to protect the citizens, obviously to watch the finances. I don't believe this would help the finances, to be honest with you, or the jobs. I think those jobs would be lost.
Can
In
you
other
wrap it up,
businesses,
please?
it would go down.
Your time's up.
I didn't get a 30-second warning?
Well,
Okay.
you were so
I was
interesting.
waiting
I
for the
was really
30-second
listening
warning,
to
to be honest with
I
you,
was
Mayor
listening
Pro
to you.
Tem. At any rate, I thank you for your time, and I strongly advise that you search your conscience because this is not the proper place to put that store. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Gray, Tricia Roth. Tricia Roth.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Gray. There's a lot of things that have been addressed. There's just a couple of things that I wanted to say in regards to the hospital and the lights and the traffic. We all know that when the senior citizens have an ambulance that's coming into Spring Valley Lake, that the lights are stopped. So if we have all that traffic going on out there, what's going to happen to those ambulances and all those trucks? They're going to be going around, all these trucks that are traveling to get there, these 55 trucks. So I just want to continue and express the fact that I think that it's a bad location for Walmart and that they could use the alternative location down by Food for Less. And we all know that Walmart gives to the education system. It's very commendable. They give millions and millions of dollars and school supplies and all of the things that they give to the schools. But do they have to actually be in the school, in the parking lot of the schools to donate? No, they can donate anywhere, from all of their corporate offices. They can send it to the schools. They don't actually have to be there. Anyway, I want to thank you for letting me speak again, and I hope that you do vote not to change the zoning and that you have them move it to the other alternative site.
Thank you. Charles Bent and Rose Haywood, or Haygood, I'm sorry. Rose Haygood, Charles Bent.
Hi, good evening. I live in the Spring Valley Lake area, and I'm against rezoning to allow the building of Walmart there. I just wanted to reiterate what Scott Eckert had said, that the EIR has said that the traffic and the pollution problems could not be mitigated, contrary to what Walmart representatives had said this evening, the study has already said those problems can't be solved. I've lived in high-traffic areas before where the dust in my home is black. I don't want to be inhaling that. And if this project goes through, the pollution in the area will be affecting me directly. So I just want you to have a human face on somebody who will be impacted by this. Thank you.
Marvin Jobs.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Cabrales and distinguished council members. My name is Charles Bent. I have no affiliations or belong to no organization other than the church that I attend worship services, and I'm also employed part-time. 40 years ago, my wife and I came to George Air Force Base where I was assigned. We've seen Victorville through bad times, good times. We've seen some mistakes. We've also seen a lot of improvement. And personally, I believe that the location that they're considering for Walmart is an ideal location, at least for my wife and myself. I probably would feel different if I lived in Spring Valley Lake. I don't know. But if any of you attended the Walmart grand opening last week that was up in back of Kohl's, I'm sure that all of the people that attended that were not members of Victorville. They didn't live in Victorville. They came from other areas. However, that parking lot was full all day long. We went up twice, and in the evening we got a parking spot. But that's evidence that the people want Walmart. They do their shopping there, a lot of it. And Walmart is a competitive retail outlet, and I think it would be beneficial to the not only the citizens and residents of Victorville, but to the entire high desert. There are laws and city ordinances that cover construction. They cover crime. They cover other forms of concerns that the people have in allowing the Walmart to be built, flooding, that type of thing. However, it's also evident to me that in the past several years, the city council every year seems to want to cut law enforcement and the fire department. They don't always do it, but it's on the agenda. And if they would improve if they would cut other areas of the budget instead of cutting law enforcement, we wouldn't have the crime problem that is evident in many locations in
30 seconds, sir.
High desert. Okay. I think that traffic is not going to be a problem because probably 90% of the people that travel up and down Bear Valley are going to be the ones to be doing their shopping at Walmart. Also, and this is my own opinion, I would much rather see the city of Victorville consider allowing Walmart to be built in their proposed location than even considering an abortion clinic on Armagosa Road near the mall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor and the council people. My name is Rose Haygood. I'm from Victorville. My thing is, I'm wondering, why do we need so many Walmarts? I know we need the jobs, but why do we need so many? What's happening to me, my opinion is that we're running out of the major supermarkets. Albertsons is closing, and I have a problem with that because that's where my pharmacy was. And that's closing up, and we only have two. We lost Ralph's. So all we're having is Walmarts. I went to Arkansas a couple of years ago, a little town down there, and Walmart took over there. They don't have any major supermarkets in this little town, which is Pine Bluff, Arkansas. People have to drive 65 miles. But we get all of these Walmarts up here, and this little town, we're wondering what's going on. Why? Is it a monopoly of Walmarts? Are we going to change the name from Victorville to Walmarts now? So that's the problem that I have with everything. I don't have a problem with Walmart per se, but I'm wondering why we have so many. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Beam and Jose and Patricia, I really can't pronounce your name, but Jose and Patricia Amram. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Marvin Jobs, and I've been a resident of the High Desert for nearly 30 years. The city has a master plan in place and zoning laws, and there were schools and churches and senior citizen housing that located to certain areas because of those zoning laws and felt comfortable being there. To now change them, I think, is a disservice to those groups that located there. This is not the right location for Walmart, and the zoning should not be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina McFadden, Gary Lee. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jose and Patricia Amram. We reside in Spring Valley. We're not opposed to an American firm doing business in the U.S. We are opposed to this conglomerate imposing its will and its stores in anyone and everywhere, and specifically at this location. Where is the reasoning in forcing this redundant superstore at this location when there are at least 4 grocery stores, multiple small business, hardware stores, etc., and countless other merchants which will already provide these goods? They will be severely impacted, as will the employees and owners. Where is the logic which accepts a store that's going to sell long guns, ammunition, alcohol 24/7 in an area where there are 5 schools within hundreds of feet of the store? Where is the logic? That has not been addressed by anyone, certainly not by the developer or by Walmart and its representatives. I fear to speculate, but I can only wonder, was it the 10-acre bribe that Walmart gave the city? It was a land donation. That's pretty suspicious to me. Or is it the lure of tax revenues due to the increased sales of foreign-made goods, which are sold cheaply at rock-bottom prices? They give people the illusion that they're saving money, when in reality they're contributing to foreign debt and will run many local businesses out of business. A few hundred low-paying jobs and the promise of increased tax revenue cannot outweigh the potential damage and risk to the area's schools, children, citizens, and the environment. Thank you.
Bill Pollan, Sandra Seeley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dina McFadden. I'm 17 years old, senior at AAE. I am a student at VVC, but above all else, I'm a resident of the High Desert. This is not my first speech before City Council, nor was the one I gave 2 weeks ago. I gave my first speech before City Council when I was 11. I have been here for 6 years. I have been to every City Council meeting on this project. Councilmember Kennedy, you said that nobody has given you a good reason why a Walmart near school is not a good idea. Well, here's my reason. Students like me, put my face to it. Students like me will be going to school every day, competing with traffic to Walmart. New drivers will be driving there. Students like me will be competing with this noise. Students like me who might have asthma or will be inhaling the pollutants. None of this is a good idea. But on top of that, the current Victorville Walmart, which would be shut down and basically moved to this new site, is rated in the top 10 worst Walmarts in the United States. Putting that near schools, that's not a good idea. Nearly everyone here supports Walmart. It's not Walmart we have the problem with. It's the location. 5 schools, a daycare center, 2 elderly facilities, and a church. Ask yourself when you're voting on this, would you send your children and grandchildren to these schools? To this daycare? Would you want to live in these elderly facilities that will be near Walmart? because I'm not even a mother and I know I wouldn't want to. As a student, I wouldn't want to go to these schools. We want Walmart. We do. We just want it 2 miles down the road where you don't have to travel across the freeway. You have to travel 2 more miles where you're not harming children, where you're not congesting traffic to an unbelievable amount. So I urge you, do the right thing. Vote no on the zone change. Vote no on Tamarisk Marketplace. But vote yes on Walmart. Because it's a good idea, just not here. Thank you.
Jenny Christie, Gary McFadden.
My name is Sandra Seeley, and I was a paraeducator. I'm recently retired, and I'm very, very concerned about all these schools. Again, we all go to Walmart. We support Walmart. But you have a horrible location. All those pictures you showed up there, I didn't see 5 schools around your Walmart.
Please address the council.
I didn't see 5 schools around the Walmarts that they showed on the board. I saw 1 school. We have a college, a wonderful college. A lot of our students are going there. We don't need a Walmart in that position. I like Walmart. But it's a nightmare, that street. That's all we need is 10,000 more cars. Guys, come on. Follow your conscience. Think about it. Thank you.
Andrea Hagan, Gus Torres.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Christie, and I've been a resident of Spring Valley Lake for 32 years. I've seen a lot of change, but most importantly, I'm here tonight as the president of Spring Valley Lake Little League, and I am here to implore you to do what's right for the kids. This idea, this location, you can't get into our community. They won't be able to get to school. I have to take my children out to school every day. I make at least 4 trips in and out of my community every day. How am I going to do that? I'm also very offended with the people that call us NIMBYs. We're not here to say not in my backyard. We're saying this is a horrible place to put it. Spring Valley Lake Little League's a good example of this. 3 years ago, Victorville American Little League had no place for their kids to play. We welcomed them in. We had 3 weeks to plan. We welcomed them in. All the kids on the east side of the freeway in Victorville now play Little League with our community. They have to come for practices. They have to come for games. We did everything to welcome these people. We would welcome Walmart at the proper location. Another issue is the photos that they showed. Those probably didn't have to be rezoned. These schools were built with the idea that it was going to be a peaceful environment for these children. It's not going to be if you let Walmart in. And I implore you to please use your conscience, do the right thing. No, we can't vote for you. We are county citizens, but we do have a lot of influence. We do talk to people that can vote for you, and we deserve to be represented. So please do what's right for the kids.
Mike Valente, Juan Linares. Go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corey McFadden, and I am 17 years old. I'm a senior at the Academy for Academic Excellence, where students have been working in cooperation with the Mojave Water Agency and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to reestablish the Mojave Tui Chub. As you may remember, I spoke last week about the Mojave Tui Chub. Well, the facts really haven't changed. Mojave Tui Chub is still endangered. It is still protected by the Endangered Species Act, and it would still be threatened by the runoff from the Tamarisk Marketplace should it be built. Walmart claims they will contain 100% of their runoff, but what they also say is that they cannot contain the historic runoff that goes through their property. So any pollution can be picked up by this historic runoff and can still flow into the Mojave River and threaten the Mojave Tui Chub. Any threat to this species is a violation to the Endangered Species Act, which states actions that may just jeopardize the continued existence of any listed species or the destruction or adverse modification of its habitat is prohibited. Therefore, I urge you to protect this indigenous, endangered, and protected species and vote no on the zone change. Thank you.
Pam Kane, Kathleen Hathaway.
Good evening. My name is
Pam
DeAndrea.
Kane, Kathleen Hathaway.
Good evening. My name is DeAndrea Hagan, and I had this thing all planned out. I sat in the car and timed it to make sure it was less than 3 minutes. And actually, a lot of it's been covered tonight. The one thing that's jumped out at me that people have been saying is the not in my backyard. I'm going to stand here and tell you that's exactly what I want, not in my backyard. Please don't rezone this and build Nordstrom's in my backyard. I live in Hesperia. It's 320 feet from my property to this development. And right now, what I see all night long is the traffic signal turning red and green. If I close the blinds, it mutes it enough that I can sleep. We've heard about the crime statistics at the local Walmart, and we've heard about how they're going to put so many lights in the parking lot, there won't be a chance for a criminal to get lost in there, which is great until they're all shining in my bedroom window. Every semi-truck that drives down Bear Valley Road and hits the Jake Brake at Ridgecrest shakes my bed. I don't have anything against Walmart. I don't have anything against Nordstrom's or Macy's. I don't want them on that property. Walmart owns the property. Please, Walmart, build an office building. Put accounts payable people in there. Live with the zoning. 40 cars a day. Traffic that stops at 9 p.m. that doesn't keep kids and families up all night. I know as Hesperia residents that you don't have a direct obligation to us, but in the 32 and a half years I've lived in this desert, Victorville has been the leader for city planning, for progress, and Apple Valley and Hesperia have struggled to keep up. I think in a lot of ways, the residents of the other cities still look to Victorville for some of that leadership. 90% of the shopping I do is in Victorville. The rest, frankly, is in Los Angeles because that's where I work. As far as Walmart bringing jobs, I think it will, but I think in this location, those jobs are going to go to the kids getting off the school bus a block away in Hesperia. I think a site at Hesperia Road in Nisqually would be ideal, especially once the overpass is finished. It gives all kinds of new opportunity without squeezing people through that bottleneck over the railroad tracks. And I really appreciate that you're willing to let us all talk here tonight, but I'd like to see a neighborhood where the traffic signal at the Walmart driveway doesn't funnel cars onto a two-lane residential road where kids get off the
That's
school
30
bus
seconds.
and ride their bikes after school at night. The city of Hesperia won't make any modifications to that. It's not in their city plan because it's not their Walmart. And everything I've heard tonight is about bolstering the infrastructure of the city of Victorville. Unfortunately, in many ways, the greatest impact is on the residents across the street in Hesperia. Please keep us as part of your greater community in mind when you make this vote, and don't change your general plan or your zoning. Thank you.
Kenya Moyes, Jim Dallas.
Hi, my name is Gus Torres, and I am a resident of Victorville, not Spring Valley Lake. I'm just going to say one thing. I go to that parking lot in Walmart. I don't shop at Walmart, but when I have gone to that parking lot with other people, it's a crime-ridden piece of crap parking lot. So we don't want this here in Spring Valley Lake and around the schools. It's horrible. Anywhere you have it, you have crime goes up. So you know what? Bad idea. Sorry.
Shannon Dallas and Ruben Jimenez. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Juan Linares. I'm a resident of Victorville. I have a planned speech. However, I want to make one comment before I begin, and that is that Mr. Rios did, in the military, is called an advantageous tactical move by allowing us to present our voice as to oppose or against or for Walmart so that they have time to put together their comments. And well, obviously, I'm sure you will hear that everything that they will present will be based solely on the comments that were made and just thrown out. In the same way that, I don't forget his name, but the first person was up here, he already has made concessions to making the water runoff an issue and trying to gloss it over. Now, in my opinion, the building of the Walmart on Bear Valley and Tamarack is not in the best interest of the people. However, I think you all have heard that a few thousand times, so I think we are beating the dead horse. There is no problems with Walmart. And it's been disputed, it is the location only. The location, not the Walmart. As a matter of fact, if you were all, including the Walmart representatives, was to just turn around right now and show a show of hands of how many people are in favor of the Walmart, I will bet you that they will all raise their hand. They're in favor of a Walmart, just not that location. Period. There is no other issue. There is no other. We have to ask ourselves as to why does Walmart actually have to have that location? There's something wrong with that. Walmart won't say, except that they own the acreage, and of course, you don't ask. If the Walmart is built at Tamarack, the $50,000 in tax revenue is chump change. When the city has to pay for road improvements, signals, stop signs, flood control, waste disposals, road improvements. For example, the road work by the mall, which included widening the bridge to take all the extra traffic after Lowe's and the restaurants were approved. Walmart has resorted to bribing people with pizza to support them, then did a survey to show the council the support for Walmart, and finally send out flyers with the same intentions. The problem
30 seconds.
The problem as I see it, the survey and the flyers went to many people that don't even know where the Walmart is going to be located. I spoke to two people last meeting, and they told me that the Walmart was, and these were supporters for Walmart, they told me that the Walmart was going on Hesperia and Nisqually. Wow, it's news to me. I said, because I thought it was in Bear Valley, but they were adamant that that's where it was going to go. Did they know something? Did they feel that there was something there?
Your time's up.
Thank you.
John Cook, Douglas Graffis, John Cook.
Thanks. Webster's New World Dictionary has the definition for oxymoron as a silly statement, a figure of speech in which opposite or contradictory ideas or terms are combined. I wish to add another: 5 super Walmarts and a Macy's within 20 minutes of each other. Victor Valley has gone from a playground for the stars to Hictorville, Convictorville, to a place where catch and release has taken on a whole new meaning. Walmart's followers may be bought by a slice of pizza and a promise of new jobs. Where are these new jobs? Are they here? Are they in this country? When a new Walmart is built, it leaves an empty eyesore of a building behind. They move their employees. How is that creating jobs? Further, the introduction of new Walmarts are putting others out of business. For instance, the Albertsons closures deemed a preemptive move, as quoted by the Daily Press. I would like us to consider feeding the area with quality competitive shopping instead of feeding our employees to packed chambers where lawyers have a conflict and again cannot make it. The fact that Walmart representatives have more important issues to attend to while we are fighting for our safety makes me wonder if Walmart really needs this location or it's a game. Others more knowledgeable than I are all over the water runoff issue, although I think that's been taken care of with the building of either a pool or a moat. I'm really not sure on that one. I drove around the lower campus after the storm on the 8th. It was a mess, without a drain to totally wash out the track, the firehouse, and the fish hatchery. I also drove by Lakeside Academy, Sterling, Lakeview Middle School, and Endeavor Elementary. The washout and the road cuts would make for dangerous driving or walking to these schools. I'm usually here addressing the safety of the thousands of students under the age of 14. I have one within 100 couple of feet of this location. All of the Victor Middle Schools have lost their after-school sports. Perhaps they can hang out at the Walmart. It will be in Lakeview's parking lot. No busing needed. I have also addressed the safety of the elderly in Sterling. Am I exaggerating? Perhaps, but no one would ever have thought that school and movie house shootings would happen either. Victorville Walmart already has a history of shootings. Trust me when I say, should violence occur against our children or elderly because of the location of this Walmart, we know exactly who to hold
You
accountable.
have 30 seconds.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pam Kane, and I live in Spring Valley Lake, and I've been here since 1998. First, one of the issues that's been discussed here and for 6 years is the environmental impact that Walmart will have on the area's stormwater. Walmart has violated the Clean Water Act for at least 4 years in 12 states and has been fined over $5 million. And I think that even if they build their underwater thing, they have a history of violating the Clean Water Act. Secondly, this area is not a major intersection. And if the City Council votes to change the zoning of this land, which is zoned professional office and is surrounded by schools, homes, churches, and a retirement home, and changes it to a commercial zoning when there is no other zone commercial business around that, what's going to stop you or future councils from changing any land to commercial zoning? And this is just the wrong location for a box store, any box store. And if Walmart wants to use the land that it owns, then use it for what it's zoned for, which is professional office, and build an office building, and that could be considered. But please do not make a zoning change. Walmart has options. There is suitable land 2 miles away and 3 new Walmarts that are already being built. We, the citizens, will have no options if you rezone the land. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Dallas, and many wonderful points have been brought up concerning how this project would impact the residents nearby. I think the most important thing for me is the traffic, and unless they are going to pay to widen the bridge that goes over the railroad tracks, that is the choke point. That is the choke point getting from anywhere east of there to west. In the mornings, it is a disaster. In the evenings, it's worse. A week doesn't go by that you don't have an accident on that bridge. You start putting all those trucks coming through, and all of a sudden, it's going to become a complete nightmare. And if Walmart is expecting to have customers coming from the west side of the bridge, they're going to try it one time, find out how bad it is, and they're never coming back. They'll head west and go to the new supercenter. All of the gentlemen and ladies that are here representing Walmart, if they happen to work west of that bridge and live east of it, they would not be here supporting this project. Okay? All the students that want to try and go to Victor Valley College, many of them come from west of that bridge. That bridge is the choke point. It is the thing that will bring this down. Please put the Walmart back where it belongs, west of the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Shannon Dallas. I've been a resident up here for 21 years, and I've raised my 3 sons. I'm opposed to Walmart going in. I have some grave concerns about the children in the area. These children will be riding skateboards, they will be riding bikes, and they will be walking. There are no sidewalks. We already know of an incident that happened in this community this last week with a 14-year-old boy on a skateboard. I don't really have too much more to say. I'm not opposed to Walmart. I'm opposed to the zoning for that area. It is not a good location.
Nick Michael.
Councilman members, good
Angwin.
evening. I'd like to oppose Walmart. My name is Ruben Jimenez. I've been a resident of Victor Valley for approximately 12 years. I work at the Albertsons that is closing on Bear Valley Road. Good union jobs are being lost. You think that Walmart is something special? They are not. To me, they are a cancer. We have enough Walmarts up here in the Victor Valley, and we don't need any more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have some cards here that don't, according to the writing on here, they don't wish to speak, but they can stand up and voice their support or opposition. Monica Navarro, Jason Theron, Constance, Brian, Kenneth, Nick, Michael Angren, Randall Massaro, Randy.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, City Council. I'm Randall Massaro, United States Representative for Union Members for the Preservation of Wildlife. The other issue that we'll bring up later, but the simple fact is, remember, you have to go home tonight. You have a decision to make. The day of reckoning is here. You asked, how many reasons can we give you why not to have a Walmart? We're not opposed to Walmart. We do want a Walmart. However, just not in that location. Number two, I'm sure the union, or the representatives, the developers, as well as the big management of Walmart don't make the wages their regular employees make. Of course, and I'm speaking on behalf of unions, for example. Again, with unions, they could work you till you're 80 years old at a non-union job, and of course, then you up and die afterwards. The simple fact is you want a wage that you could retire with, a pension, some sort of plan, so you can retire and enjoy your family. Obviously, I'm sure the developer, as well as the CEOs of Walmart and all the management staff, they don't make the same wages their employees do. I'd like to see if they make $7.50, $8.50, $9 an hour. You have to work 2-3 jobs just to make ends meet today. But let's take a look at the other spectrum. We could bring up pollution to save the endangered fish. We could bring up the air pollutant. We could bring up the fact that senior citizens live in the area. We brought up the fact that schools are in the area. We brought up a multitude of reasons why not to have Walmart. And again, we extend the olive branch to them. We put out our hand to them. We want you here. We just don't want you in that location. What part of English don't you understand? Okay. The other fact is that for those of you that are on the city council, many of you are going to be running for re-election. Think about it. You may have to vote tonight. And when you do vote, we are going to have the last say-so. We're going to say whether you go in office again to represent the people, of the people, by the people, for the people, because we're going to have the last word here. So when you run for office, think about it when you vote for Walmart. And again, once more, Walmart also associates with Christensen Farms. And I'm a wildlife activist. And obviously, if you've ever been to a slaughterhouse, and if you've seen what the farms do with their pigs and the hogs, and Walmart, my good friend Bob Barker, many of you remember him, and he did a speech not long ago for Mercy for Animals, our allies, in the fight to save the animals as well as farm animals. Watch the movie From Farm to Fridge. I could bring it here sometime. Also, if you watched the news lately, you've seen the Walmart workers leaving the warehouse, marching to L.A.
30 seconds, Randy.
Okay. Marching to L.A. Again, you'll see these employees don't like to be bullied. They don't like to be disrespected. Everybody wants honor, respect, dignity, and pride at their job. They don't like to be bullied by management. I have 2 magazine articles here. One says, taking on Walmart. It says the retail giant threatens jobs. Also the fact Walmart undermining the system all by itself. Excuse me, folks, it doesn't take a Rhodes Scholar or a brick to fall on my head to know the fact that, yeah, Walmart is bad for this area. Yeah, they provide jobs, but provide some decent jobs for people to earn a decent living. And you have to answer to us when it comes election time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll try to get a line again. Larry Hoover, Marie Wade, Kelly Marshall, and Michael Witcher.
Good evening. Thank you for sitting here and listening to all this. My name is Larry Hoover. I'm a Spring Valley Lake resident. I will not repeat what so many others have said. I simply cannot fathom how your planning commission could pass this project on to your consideration when it is blatantly clear that it will degrade the community surrounding it. This includes not just Spring Valley Lake, it includes students, faculty, staff at the Victor Valley College, as well as everyone who travels on Bear Valley Road between East Victorville and Apple Valley. This project has negative effects that cannot and will not be mitigated. Being responsible for unmitigated negative impacts on the community is the same as throwing garbage and animal dung over the fence into your neighbor's yard. Is that the attitude that you want to communicate to everyone in the Victor Valley? And do you really want your names tied to a project that will foment hostility and animosity between our communities in the Victor Valley? I am appealing to your reason and your goodwill to reject this project and tell Walmart to take their project 2 miles down the road where there are no negative impacts that cannot be mitigated. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am a downstream resident from this project. When the floods came, those waters shot through my street, through the houses on my street, into the living room and out the back door. The idea that you could build a containment center to hold these floodwaters so that the mud and filth and muck from parking lots with 50,000 cars per month, and what was it? How many big wheel trucks? All that muck, you've all seen it on the bottom of your shoes. All of that is going to come through my living room. I implore you, please, for all the reasons that have been cited here already, do not allow this Walmart to be built at this site. Welcome them at the other site, where everybody is not so severely impacted. I thank you.
Let me bring a few more up to the podium here. Camille Beck, Jason Beck, Dr. L. Andrews, Michael Luff, Deborah Luff.
Good evening, City Council. I'm a new resident in Spring Valley. My house was the one that was flooded in 2004. My husband and I are doing an addition there, and I feel that this Walmart is going to affect our property values, 5,000 homes in Spring Valley Lake. And we all contribute to the well-being of Victorville, even though we're not part of Victorville, because we shop there. So you need to take into consideration what's going to go on with all of that water. And I'm personally going to hold this City Council and Walmart, if my house gets flooded again, responsible. The other thing is, I think Walmart should do the right thing and possibly donate that land to the college and really step up and be behind our education here in Victorville. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here to address the City Council in favor of the Walmart. Allowing Walmart to get this far just proves to me that you don't care about the people who already have a business in the area that would be affected by this Walmart, that your neighbors who work at these jobs don't matter to you. The neighbors don't matter to you. The people most affected by the traffic, noise, and danger and flooding don't seem to matter to you. My question for you is, why do you want a Walmart here? There are plenty of places for it. Anything you get from this store is just something you're going to lose from some other store. Do the right thing. Vote no.
Jennifer Medeiros, Corey Briggs, Douglas Fuller, and Danielle Heather.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. I wanted to address Mr. Kennedy's comment about he hasn't heard a good reason why. I think that the people of Victorville and the local community have answered that. I'd like to summarize it for you just a little bit. Pollution, crime, flood control, environmental impact, endangered species, public safety, not to mention the jobs. The main piece I'd like to talk about is jobs. Walmart boasts that they provide jobs and opportunities. Yes, they do in their locations to a lower socioeconomic employee that doesn't reside anywhere near that neighborhood. I realize there is an importance for that in the area for the whole city of Victorville. However, building a Walmart in that particular location, there is 4 other major grocery retailers within a 2-mile radius. As someone had spoken earlier with the union jobs being a higher paying job, and Walmart being non-union, it's not about whether non-union or whether you're union or not. It's about whether or not you can continue to support a community by providing a job in which they can actually live in the community. With this Walmart opening in this particular location, me being a business owner or operator, I could easily see the loss of 100 jobs just in my location alone, which is in a close proximity within a 2-mile radius of the proposed site. I stand before you here today not to summarize some of those so eloquently put comments to you, Mr. Kennedy, and I wanted to address Angela. I was talking about the jobs. You bring up a great piece about that. It costs jobs. It costs jobs for the small business owner for the actual reason that the area was originally zoned. It doesn't create jobs for the small business owner. It costs them. Yes, they might have a small amount of businesses outside of their establishment on the property, but if you look at the overall view, they'll cost you jobs in the resounding area between losing good quality, higher paying jobs to any of your union grocery stores as well as your small market mom and pop stores. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members. I'm Michael Left, and this is my wife, Deborah Left. I'm a teacher at Endeavor Elementary. I spoke to you 2 weeks ago about an issue that I really am offended by in the EIR, and that would be what they refer to as sensitive receptors. I find it unbelievable that you could refer to children as a sensitive receptor. I'd like to get clarification from Walmart later on if we can. I haven't heard anything yet about how they are going to mitigate that factor of air pollution in the PM10 solid particulates. I teach students who have respiratory issues, they have asthma. They're already affected by the air quality up here. With the addition of the air pollution that's going to be caused by the additional trips of automobiles and the semis, I don't see how they could possibly mitigate that. They may be able to build this moat or reservoir or whatever it is for the water, but I don't know how they're going to mitigate the air pollution unless they install some large fans or something. I'd like to hear what their solution is. I also heard earlier that Spring Valley residents do not vote. That's correct. However, the children I teach, they come not only from Spring Valley, but from other areas of Victorville. But no matter what area they come from, none of them vote. So they can't vote for what's going to happen to their health or impacts on their health caused by the Walmart. I ask you to be advocates for those children and vote with your conscience, vote no for the zoning change. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. I have been coming to these meetings ever since Walmart attempted to get the zone change for the land use. And it's been a very emotional process. My husband and I both work full-time, and we come here on our own. We're not paid executives like the ones from Walmart who come here. It's part of their job. And all the people that came to support Walmart, we wonder where they were the last 4 years. All of a sudden, they come, they show up because there's free pizza. Nobody paid us or offered free pizza unless Scott sent an email that I didn't get. But I guess we feel like David fighting Goliath. we're just one small aspect of this community, but we feel it's worth fighting for, and we really hope that we can defeat this giant. And one other thing I would like to add, after the last meeting where the Walmart representative spoke, when the meeting was adjourned, I spoke with the traffic engineer, and I asked her where she lived. She said in Laguna Beach. And so I asked her one simple question: would you live next door to a Walmart? And her answer was, I can't answer that. Thank you.
Council members, my name is Al Andrews. I was going to pass until I heard Council Member Valles talk about traffic. I was on the Victor Valley College President's Circle until about 2 years ago. And we were presented with a plan where at that time Victor Valley College had 12,000 students, and they projected that somewhere between 2020 and 2030 there'd be 30,000 students. I just want to throw that statistic out as a very realistic increase in the traffic demographics that you're going to be faced with. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Medeiros. I'm a Victor Valley resident. I'm also a student at Victor Valley College. My teenage daughters and I attend night classes at VVC. I'm concerned about the safety of kids walking to their cars at night. Don't be fooled by the slides that Walmart showed us earlier. The school sites that they showed next to commercial sites were not next to Walmarts. They showed you pictures of Newport Beach schools and Solana Beach schools next to upscale stores, not Walmart. There is no Walmart in Newport Beach. There's no Walmart in Solana Beach. Smooth move, Walmart. Our college campus is one of the highlights of the high desert. And when you couple that with the surrounding schools, we've got 16,000 students in one small concentrated area. Don't let the promise of low-paying jobs compromise the safety of our children. This is the reason why the alternate site Walmart considered is the ideal location, because it's surrounded by other commercial businesses, not school kids. Ms. Valle hit the nail on the head when she said that the Bear Valley Road area at this proposed site is already rated an F before this Walmart is even built. Walmart tonight, they try to downplay the car count. To get an idea of what the traffic problem is, just look at the new supercenter that opened last week. Look at the parking lot. Even their own supporter acknowledged that he couldn't get a parking space. I want to talk to you about saturation. Your first supercenter opened in Victorville last week. Great. Another Walmart supercenter is planned in Victorville at 395. Great. That's an area that residents are really looking forward to having more shopping. But this area at Tamarisk, the residents don't want this big box store. 3 Walmarts in Victorville, 5 Walmarts in the Victor Valley is saturation. Let the new job growth that this area needs come from office jobs and professional jobs that fit the current zoning for this land. There are plenty of Walmart employees that will say they want this store. Plenty of people that were lured here tonight by another Walmart pizza party before the meeting. But the residents don't want you to change your general plan. Lastly, I would like to warn you about another smooth move on the part of Walmart. They promised this city revenue, and this is a reason why you would be willing to give up the safety of our students and compromise our traffic. But I would like you to compare their promises to facts, because they don't add up. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me read a few names off so we can get this line here. Greg, Heater, Heater, Dr. Stephen Wallace, and Susan Stewart. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Douglas Fuller, and I've been a resident of the Victor Valley for 25 years. I've lived 4 years in George Air Force Base, 8 years in Adelanto, and 13 years in Spring Valley Lake. I've been attending quite a few of these meetings and not heard one good reason why Walmart should build in this location. only a long list of negative reasons such as too close to schools, the college, elderly housing, increased traffic congestion, diminished air quality, flooding, etc. Other projects for the same property have been rejected by the Victorville City Councils for the reasons I have stated. One of the smartest businessmen in the Victor Valley used to own the property that Walmart wants to build on. This property was perfectly zoned for the business he was in. It would not require a zoning change. I believe he sold it because it had major drainage problems that would have made him liable for future flooding problems if he had built on it. I'm currently in the United States Army Reserves and work in psychological operations. When I received this piece of propaganda from Walmart a few days ago, I decided to do some investigating. I found it interesting that Walmart won't even call it by its proper name, the Tamarisk Marketplace. They refer it to as East Victorville due to all the bad publicity it has received, a deception practice. I also found it odd that that it wasn't mailed before the original September 4th meeting, but for the rescheduled meeting tonight. Is this desperation on Walmart's part? I also called the phone number of the flyer and spoke to Randy. He said there are legitimate concerns about traffic and flooding, and that the city of Victorville originally steered Walmart Corporation to this location. I wonder why the city would suggest an inappropriately zoned piece of property to Walmart. One can only assume the project was approved before it was even started. Also, I am insulted that Walmart states that they actively recruit brave men and women that have served in the armed forces. Veterans are sick and tired of being used as pawns in political chess games. I work with approximately 200 veterans on a monthly basis, and not one of them works for or has ever been actively recruited to work for Walmart. I've personally been to several veterans job fairs and never seen anyone from Walmart recruiting. I'm not anti-Walmart. I am pro-proper city planning. City council members of Victorville, don't make the same mistake you made with the Nutro dog food plant. Be a good neighbor and disapprove the zoning change.
30 seconds.
And let Walmart build on the alternate, properly zoned location. Trust me, I have done 2 tours in Iraq, and the reason we originally went there is because Saddam Hussein was not a good neighbor to Kuwait. Don't be like Saddam Hussein. Do the right thing. Be a good neighbor.
Corey, can you hold just a minute? I'm going to call some more names.
Sure.
Peter Grongweski. That close? Okay. Dwayne Bowsey, Victoria Lima, Grace Steineck. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Corey Briggs. You shouldn't approve the project tonight. Instead, you should recirculate the EIR because the 100% on-site stormwater retention is new information. Prior evidence suggested that 100% on-site retention was impossible. That's why nobody at the Lahontan Water Agency or the city has ever heard of doing such a thing. And the public is entitled to review how this can be done, to verify the assurances given by the developer and comment on the impacts and the mitigation. Next topic, in response to our comment letter, the city says that on-site electricity generation is infeasible. The city staff already knows that another Victorville Walmart is going to have solar. So solar at the Tamarisk site is feasible. Plus, earlier today, we emailed you evidence that Walmart is doing wind on California projects. So another form of renewable energy is feasible. I'd also encourage the attorneys to take a look at the Town of Woodside case. That's 147 Calap 4th 587, in which the Court of Appeal ruled that increased expense is not enough to show economic infeasibility. I would note that that case was against Steve Jobs, who's one of the few people in the country who almost has as much money as Walmart, or did at one time. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you didn't respond to my request 2 weeks ago about your conflict of interest. Instead, what you put in the packet is a bunch of old letters. Not only are you violating the public's due process and my client's due process rights because of your conflict of interest, but I think you need to go look at Government Code Section 87103 because it lists a number of ways that you, through your wife, have a conflict of interest, regardless of the dollar amount that she may have received. I'd also note that according to the High Desert Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Foundation's website, Scott Kubitschek, who works for the Walmart Distribution Center in Apple Valley, is the president, and he sits on that foundation board with your wife. That's as of just a few minutes ago. So despite her purportedly stepping down as executive director from the chamber, she still sits on the foundation. On top of that, the Secretary of State still shows your wife as being involved, not only with the foundation, but with the chamber itself. So I encourage you to do the right thing tonight, and at the very least abstain. You've probably already tainted the process, but you can at least mitigate some of that taint by abstaining and not voting on this project. What you're doing is by staying up there, you're inviting me to send the 120-day civil prosecution letter to the district attorney in which I ask for permission to prosecute you civilly for your conflicts of interest if the DA doesn't do it. That will cost a lot of time, a lot of money, especially you, and especially because there's an attorney fees provision that requires you to pay my client's attorney's fees if we prevail. So please do the right thing. Do not vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Before you leave, hold on. Hold on. I want to have our attorney respond to you first.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, we have looked at the conflicts issues and have reviewed your case and the facts surrounding your case and do not believe you have a conflict of interest.
And just make sure that the record.
Well, hold on. I'm going to give you my response.
So just make sure the record
Your
reflects
time's up, sir.
You're looking at.
Your time's up. I'm going to give you my response. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. My response to Mr. Corey Briggs is he's made some false statements tonight. My wife is not a member of the board for the foundation, and I can state from myself, based on the attorney and the information that we have, I have no ethical, moral, or legal conflict with this issue. I want you to, and if you want to sue, get in line. Thank you.
Look, it's clear that you don't have any moral or ethical qualms about voting tonight, but nobody has looked at Government Code 87103.
Next.
And that's what I'm asking you to do.
Next.
Thank you.
My name is
Yes,
Danielle.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, what?
No, go ahead with your statement. Bring the yes, there you go.
My name is Danielle Heater. I'm a resident of the Spring Valley Lake, and we have lived there. We just bought our house about 2 years ago. We've been residents of Victorville for 20 years, and pretty much everything that I wanted to say tonight has been covered. I oppose Walmart going into that location. Me and my husband saved really hard to get the money to buy our own home, and our investment for our children that we may have in the future or anything that we want to leave them, we're going to lose our investment if that Walmart goes in. I have a niece who's 5, whose health I'm worried about because of it. The traffic, everything everybody has said has already been covered, so there's not much anything else that I can say other than I am just really hoping that you guys do not put this in for the community. I mean, we've been here for 6 years fighting for this, and I don't think there's anything else we can say to let you guys know how much we are against this. And I don't know, I just hope that you guys do the right thing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Steve Wallace, a resident of Spring Valley Lake. I have a degree in biology from LaSalle University in Philadelphia besides my doctorate of optometry. This retention basin bothers me. When I think retention basin, I think standing water. When I think standing water, I think mosquitoes. I think about mosquitoes, then my mind goes to West Nile virus. The incubation period of a West Nile larva is 24 to 36 hours. The drainage time that they gave us tonight was up to 48 hours for the water to drain. That gives the mosquitoes 12 hours to mature and attack our neighborhood. So this retention basin is a public health hazard. So I don't think it's a good mitigation of the drainage problem. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Peter Grimkowski. I've been a resident of the High Desert for 31 years. We've heard a lot of questions tonight from a number of people asking why this location. I feel I'm qualified to answer that question. I've been Chief Executive Officer and major stockholder of Gold's Gym Enterprises Incorporated internationally for 20 years. I sold the business in 1999. And one of the things that you might want to take in consideration is that when choosing a location for a business that you're internationally trying to change a reputation of, you'll look for the best locations in each and every city throughout the world. You'll reject many locations in favor of better locations, high-end locations. If you're looking to legitimize your business, you'll look for the best locations. Under no circumstances would I ever put Gold's Gym into a place where I wasn't wanted, number one. Number two, what's happening here is that there's a certain legitimization. Walmart wants to legitimize their background. They want to create a new reputation. We saw pictures worth 1,000 words. We saw reams of information as to why they go into the best areas. You know, they're going to compete with the best. They're going to go into the best areas. They don't care what it means to anybody involved in this room, aside from the fact that they want a successful business, and they need to improve their reputation by going into these best areas that they can get in any community, no matter whether they're on the doorstep of colleges, communities. They want you to change this zoning. I really highly suggest you don't do that. Eventually, something's going to get caught up in a major federal inquiry about what is going on with this type of business. Why? How many more places have they convinced zoning changes? And is this really what we wanted in our community?
That's
I live in a number
30
of
seconds, sir.
I live in a number of communities, and it's not going to affect me residentially, but politically it may affect you guys, and economically it may certainly affect the neighboring businesses that are already here. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Jester, Jill Cass, Ray Resloff. Barbara Smith, Cornelius Page, Annette Smith.
Good evening, Council. Scott Jester, Campus Security Assistant, Victor Valley Union High School District, resident of Spring Valley Lake, and parent. Chose to speak tonight to address the crime issue. Councilman Kennedy, I am a first responder in the district. I worked many accident scenes, including a near fatality while I was employed at Lakeview Middle School. Vehicle versus bicyclist. To sum it up, one stray bullet. Tonight I spent the evening with one of our district attorneys whose spouse was robbed at gunpoint at the former Walmart at Bear Valley Road in Balsam. That district attorney reported to me the statistic which has been quoted here tonight about the area in its ranking in terms of crime. Now, I've authored several papers on the correlation between retail activity and the increase in crime, quoting Go Research statistics and FBI crime statistics. It's kind of what I do for a living. So I share the concerns of my neighbors in bringing that in there. What it comes down to really is one stray bullet. You know, you need one shootout, you need one high-speed chase. One act of crime puts many students at risk. I've experienced that firsthand in my work. On a side note, I found it interesting. I am an attendee of Notre Dame High School, and as was stated before, there isn't a Walmart there. There used to be a Bullock's and a Broadway. There is a shopping center there. I'm the father of a former student at Marina High School in Huntington Beach. And apples to apples, oranges to oranges. It's my opinion that the increased volume of traffic would represent a danger to students, and that the potential for crime is there. And would ask you, Councilman Kennedy, and the rest of the council to please vote against this. Put it in a different area. Too many students are vulnerable in that area. It's just the student density is just too high, and I don't believe that the
30
buffer
seconds.
zone is going to help. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cabales and members of the council, I thank you for listening to us tonight. My name is Jahail Cass. I do live in Spring Valley Lake, and I do ask that you vote against this for many of the reasons which you've heard already tonight, of which I really can't add substantively to any of them, and I'm sure you've probably already made your minds up. But I would ask that you take a look at the slides that were shown previously tonight and ask what is the number of students at each one of those locations that were shown relative to Walmart. And it's already been pointed out that through sleight of hand, many of those locations did not involve a Walmart. The issue of safety has a number of factors that you've heard about. There's the traffic issues on Bear Valley Road. There's the long-term impacts with maintaining the infrastructure that will be put in place one time that the city will be responsible for decades down the road. And then there is an increased issue with crime with our students, and that concerns me very much. My kids are over the age of where they're in school right now, but if they were, I would be very concerned. The one issue that I do want to leave you with is that I've heard it said many times, I'm not opposed to Walmart, I'm just opposed to that location, which that location is a concern to me too. But I am opposed to Walmart, and here's why. At some point in the past, they decided to supersize. And when they supersized, I don't know what they become. They and their competitors, Target, decided to supersize as well. At one point in time, you could go into Walmart, and they were proud of the fact that they were making goods made by Americans, sold to Americans. And I would challenge you to really find anything in their store that really reflects a Made in American label. It's hard to find. And once they've supersized, this is me personally now, I don't want to go into a store that's bigger than a football field, and I won't do it anymore. So if they have any competitors out there that are developing smaller stores, I would certainly welcome them. But thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote no.
Good evening, Council. We have a very interesting crowd here this evening. Over here we have the community members. They want to protect the community from not a competitive company, but a predatory company that will leave a boarded up neighborhood, bringing low-paying jobs to the area, employees that will cost the taxpayers plenty for food stamps, medical, and housing subsidies. Residents that take pride in our community and do not want traffic and crime. Walmart brings all of that to our city. The now vacant Walmart is the seventh most violent Walmart in the country. So we're going to put more, and I've said this before, we're going to put more Walmarts in so we can spread the crime evenly amongst the city. Is that the idea? I really don't get that. All right, we also have a lot of people that came here tonight that were invited to the Holiday Inn to have pizza and drink the Walmart Kool-Aid at the end. Then they were giving them little Walmart signs to come over here. I don't know if they're from a community or not. These other people live here. I personally lived in Spring Valley Lake for 21 years. These people, or anybody here that's for Walmart, I don't understand. Either you can't read a newspaper, you don't pick up on the internet or whatever, but there's nothing ever positive written or said anything positive about a Walmart anywhere. Walmart is going to devastate that mall where you put it in. You think you're going to get tax dollars. Those tax dollars are only going to be siphoned off into Walmart, and you get them. As far as the supercenter with the groceries, there are no taxes on groceries. So giving them another 70,000 square foot doesn't help you at all. All it does is take good jobs away from the grocery stores that are already here. The employees in Walmart are just like the rest of us. They all want the same thing. They'd like to buy a home. They'd like to have a car. They'd like a nice doctor. They'd like to support the community, put their kids into Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, or whatever, support the charities of our community. But with the Walmart pay scale, that's impossible.
30 seconds, sir.
Okay. I want to also say, Mr. Cabrialis, you need to recuse yourself because your wife was getting money, which benefited you. And even though she set herself away, you're still going to be getting that welfare from Walmart. Is she going to step back into her position once this vote is taken? Very interesting. There was more, but I also want to say I've got 1,022 registered voters. And believe me, they're not going to be happy with your bullshit vote.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Cornelius Page Jr., and I live in Victorville and also a registered voter. And one of the things that I also work with is the Community Health Action Network right here in Victorville. And we see a lot of families, especially men's and mothers that come into our office is in a dire need of work. They are so destitute and their families is going without food, sickness, with no health insurance. This is the time now that Walmart is coming in and they're providing an opportunity for these families. They've given them an opportunity to work, taking them off of welfare and putting them into the work system. I think this is something that we need. I think this is something that we should have. And I think this is an opportunity that we can get past all the legality, all the small stuff that we need to do and focus in on the big picture. We need Walmart. We need to open up these residents to get these people here and to get them off the street and get these families back to work. And so children won't suffer. Children is suffering at this present time. And it's the lack of this economy that's coming in and is damaging us. I thank you very much. And once again, I'm a voter. And I am also down with Walmart. Thank you very much, Councilman.
I've got several cards left. They've indicated they do not wish to speak. I'll go ahead and call their names. Just stand and voice your support or opposition. Shirley Dillon. Preston Brown. Daniel Schwartz. Miranda Brown. Patricia Linares. Tamara Burrell. Jorge Pineda. Carmen Aguirre. Catherine Wren. That concludes the public hearing. I have some cards that I don't know if people came up or not, but it's Douglas Traficius, John Cook, Mike Valente, Phil Pollen, and Catherine Stein. That's all the cards I have. We'll now have the presentation. Okay. Did you have a card? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? You want? Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I've heard many perspectives this evening, but I, like Mr. Luft, who was here before, am a teacher at Endeavor School at the proposed site, and I experience the traffic on a daily basis. I have devoted my career to the children of the high desert, to giving them all that they need to be successful. And I'm really concerned about the message that we're sending them and their parents by allowing 55 semi-trucks to be driving into our area on a daily basis. Also, they will be out doing exercise, physical education. That's the air that they're breathing. Tonight I've heard lots about not in my backyard. Let me clarify that Endeavor is not a neighborhood school. We do not only service students in Spring Valley Lake. We take students from all of the neighborhoods in Victorville, as does Lakeview. They bus their children in from Victorville, as does Excelsior, Victor Valley College, and Lakeview Academy. I'm also really concerned about the seniors in the area. Please, I'm requesting you to uphold the zoning law as it is. You are our elected officials. Yes, I do vote, as do many of the other teachers and educators in the area. So please, I am opposed to rezoning the area. Think of our kids. That's our future. They're the ones who are going to dictate what Victorville is in the years to come when none of us are here. So I appreciate you upholding the laws, the zoning laws as they stand, and opposing the Walmart. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Roger Beam. I'm a teacher for the Hesperia Unified School District. I strongly oppose the Walmart. Many of the people who came here tonight to support the Walmart have several things in common. First, they're Walmart employees. Second, they like pizza. Third, they don't live anywhere near the proposed site. They do not own businesses near the site. They do not have children attending the nearby schools. They do not have any of their time, their energy, or finances invested in the area. Whatever happens here tonight will have absolutely no effect on these individuals. On the other hand, most of the people who oppose the Walmart have a great deal of their energy, their finances, and time invested in this community. A decision to build the Walmart at the proposed location will have a devastating effect on their lives. I hope that the council will consider the nature and the motivation of the speakers when they make their decision, and please say no to Walmart.
Okay, now we will allow Walmart to make their final presentation.
Thank you. Obviously, numerous comments have been made. I don't think you necessarily want me to address each and every one of them, but we are available to comment if you have a particular question you would like to ask us. I would like to address three major issues that I heard raised. The first is the general plan amendment. A huge number of speakers rested their laurels on not changing the general plan because general plans are sacrosanct, I guess. The reality is general plans consistently are modified. In fact, state law requires that cities relook at their general plan and update it periodically because they know and they understand that land uses change and growth patterns change and influences change. In fact, in this instance, in 2008, Tamarisk Marketplace was proposed by staff to have a general plan amendment and a zone change. And it was actually included in the general plan before it was heard in 2008. However, there was a grave concern raised by probably many of our opponents, or some of our opponents that were here, that it would cause litigation if it was included at that time. And so there was a decision made to remove it, and that it would more appropriately be discussed at the time that the rest of the project was heard. Well, that is now. So the argument that because it wasn't in the 2008 general plan is just really not a relevant comment. The issue of traffic. There are so many comments made that by placing the project at this location, we're going to exacerbate an already bad traffic situation. Well, one of the basic concepts and tenets of planning is to try to locate shopping near residents so people don't have to drive further distances. No one could have made the point better than the speakers that spoke tonight about having to drive across the bridge to go to the new store at Dunia. Where will those people, what will they cause? Will they cause any traffic jams? Yeah, because they're on the road for longer periods of time. The average vehicle trip will drop dramatically by having shopping close to your residence. So the argument really just doesn't hold water. The other point I really wanted to stress is the storm drains. There were several comments about it, and I just wanted to make sure we are clear that what we are doing is taking water that's coming from south of Bear Valley Road, and we are placing it first on the west side in a desilting basin, which is beneficial. We are doing something good. We are taking the water and desilting it from the south. We then place it in a concrete channel and take it over to the north, which is where the city told us we're supposed to take the water. This is the master drainage plan. This is where the water is supposed to go. What we are doing is appropriate. We are not taking parking lot water and putting it into that channel. We are sticking that in a detention basin, and then we are filtering it. So we are protecting the water. We are doing something positive. Sometimes people get so focused on what they oppose that they fail to see the positives even when they're in front of them. There are positives to what we are doing, and that certainly is one of them. I would like to ask Aaron Rios, who would like to speak to a couple of the issues, maybe a lot, comments made about Walmart and
will someone comment on the pollution issue that's been repeated tonight?
Yes, sure. I'd like to invite Ross Geller, who's the EIR consultant on the issue of air quality. But basically, we live in a non-attainment basin. So the pollutants that are there exist whether the car is shopping at Dunia Plaza or if it shots over at the Target down at Apple Valley Road. An argument, from a lay perspective, is that when you shorten the trips of travel, because people are shopping close to home, that actually you reduce the amount of air pollutions. But that's not what the EIR requires that we look at, and I think Ross can speak to that issue technically.
Thank you. My name is Ross Geller. I'm the principal with Applied Planning, and we're the preparers of the EIR. And I can go into a lot of detail, which I'm sure you don't want to hear at 10 o'clock, but let me hit the highlights. So there's been a lot of information that was put out tonight, and I just want to clarify what's in the document, what the document says, and more importantly, what it doesn't say. When we do an air quality assessment as part of an EIR, we really look at three major areas. We look at the impact of the project on the potential for global climate change. That assessment is included in the EIR, and it's a negative assessment. In other words, placing this project is not going to have an effect on global warming. Now, more specific to the point that everybody's interested in tonight, we do two other assessments. we do an assessment that looks at the impact of the project on criteria pollutants based on the thresholds that are provided by the Mojave Basin Air District. And when we look at that, we look at the thresholds that they have and the impact that the project creates on these regional thresholds. And based on that assessment, and a couple people have mentioned it tonight, we have regional exceedances in carbon monoxide and PM10. Okay? The document says that. Before this project can move forward tonight, the City Council has to adopt a statement of overriding considerations, which basically says they understand that issue and they're going to acknowledge that as part of their approval process. Now, when we have a regional exceedance, I want to make it clear that to everyone here that if we move this project to the other site or to any other site, those regional exceedances follow it. They're transitory. Those impacts are based on the size of the project and the thresholds that the Mojave Basin, the Mojave Air District has. So when we look at alternative sites, the purpose is to see if we can get rid of those impacts or lessen those impacts. As it relates to the regional exceedances, it makes no difference where you put that site. It's based on the size of the project and the various components of the project that are creating this exceedances. Now, more importantly, and to the point that everyone's concerned about tonight, the third area that we look at is we look at the impact on the localized area, and most specifically, we create and undertake a health risk assessment. And the way that we do that is we look at, based on local significant thresholds that are provided by Mojave Basin, we model the air quality in the local area. And contrary to what's been said tonight, based on that modeling, we don't have exceedances of the local significant thresholds. In other words, in the surrounding area, based on the distance and the activities on the site, we don't exceed the standards that are set forth by Mojave Air District. We also do a health risk assessment as it relates to diesel particulates. And when we do that assessment, we look at the truck movements in and out of that site, the loading, the idling at the site, and we see if it has an impact on the surrounding area, on any of the houses, residents, or students. And based on the criteria and the modeling protocols provided by the Air District, that assessment came back negative as well. So as we sit here tonight, people have mishmashed these two different issues together. The localized issues are not a problem. The issues are we have exceedances of regional criteria pollutants, and those will occur for any project of this size anywhere in the Mojave Basin. It's just a product of the size of the project.
I have a question. Who paid you?
Who paid me what?
Who paid your fees?
A law firm paid my fees.
Who paid the law firm?
A Walmart.
Who pays for all environmental consultants?
The developers.
Whoever wants that report.
Right.
Any other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I'm going to start by going back to the original question earlier on the crime piece, and then I'll go through a number of questions that have come up, try to address them as rapidly as possible, and then happy to answer any additional questions. Okay, so the questions come up about crime, and I think This is going to help you understand really what you already know. Unfortunately, we've got some folks that are trying to isolate this issue to being simply a Walmart issue, unfortunately. And while there was an unfortunate shooting at our store, the reality is that the crime challenges that we're seeing in the Victor Valley and the high desert are pretty universal. So what I'm going to show you is a CrimeCast report. CrimeCast is an independent company that we use as part of our asset protection analysis. And I'll take you through a number of maps, going to give you some general background and understanding, and then I'll zoom in specifically on our site. So the CrimeCast report is used to identify likely risk, and it benchmarks it against the county, the state, and federal. So the first circle you're going to see on the maps you're going to look at is basically 100,000 people or 2-mile radius. And the second is a 6-mile radius around whatever site is identified and 400,000 people. So there's a number of things that are included in part of this independent analysis. So it's education, population, economics, housing, as well as a number of criminology stats that are based on both FBI and police data. So first, just to give you a neutral analysis, this is City Hall, where we're at today, okay? And you notice the big blue number in the top right corner, 865. So you are over 8 times, almost 9 times over the national average, more likely to have a crime committed against you when you are here at City Hall or in this radius around these circles. And then you can see specifically in some of these numbers where the averages are. This is against national, so burglary. You're 1,000 times or 10 times more likely, basically, to have a burglary committed against you in this general area of the city than you are against the national numbers. And you've got state numbers and county numbers. And they take that, it's all mixed together, and that's where you get this CAP index number. Goal, you want to be at 100, that would be at the average. If you're at 50, you're half the national average. So the lower the number is, the better it is overall. And it's broken down by census tracts. So as you look at these dark red areas, that's where there are larger issues, and then it goes to a lighter red, a pink, yellow, and the best areas are the green. But all of those areas are factored in within that radius to create that number. Again, City Hall, 865. So let's look at somebody who's not here tonight, Target. So this is the Target here in Victorville. And again, you can see the number's actually higher than City Hall. It's at 895. But probably before I put this up, most people would have said Target's a safe store, it's a great place to go. Walmart's the only villain in the Victor Valley. But the reality is there are challenges around the Target. It may not be just Target. It's a result of, again, the density of issues in some of these census tracts and overall how that rolls into the total analysis. So let's go to more retail. The Victor Valley Mall, 912. Again, overall, you combine all of these top categories that are analyzed by the FBI, and you are 9 times more likely to have those crimes committed against you if you're within that radius. If we move just down the road, this is our old Bear Valley site that we just relocated out of, 913. Very similar to the mall, okay? But again, all the census tracts, for the most part, are the same, and some of these issues up in these quadrants are what's creating the larger issue overall for the census tract and the total analysis of CrimeCast. How about the Apple Valley Walmart? Because if Walmart's a problem, it would be universal, right? 384. So as you look at that, what brings it down? Obviously, it's these census tracts here, but you're also picking up part of these census tracts that bring the number to a higher rate. So how about Victor Valley College, right across the street from our site, easy place to take a look at, 375, okay? Very similar to what we're looking at in the Apple Valley area. Overall, from a crime perspective, it's got a mix over here of some higher issues and some lower issues. So how about probably should be one of the safest places in the city, right? The sheriff's station. Use the same analysis on the sheriff's station, it's 879. So the message here is that We recognize that there's a concern in making sure we provide a safe environment for our shoppers and for our associates, and we're committed to do that. However, the crime challenges that are being seen in Victorville and in Victor Valley are much larger than Walmart. And they're really issues that we know you're trying to tackle, but for people to isolate Walmart as being the issue is absolutely unfair and inaccurate.
Yeah. It's a rebuttal. That's not fair.
Let me address a few other issues, and then, it's been referenced several times that we provided pizza for some of our supporters. We did invite folks to come out for refreshments, including pizza, and for the amount of time they've sat here, we're not embarrassed about doing that. We appreciate them taking the time, and we'd hope that some of the other groups maybe that have spent a lot of time and energy in getting folks here probably would have considered the same thing at some point. From a jobs perspective, Walmart's taken a pretty big lashing tonight, unfairly. I started with Walmart almost 19 years ago. September 30th will be 19 years. I stocked shelves as a temporary associate overnights. I went to school by day. I entered our management training program. I did not finish my degree when I did that. I became an assistant manager, a store manager, a district manager, and now I've done public affairs and government relations for almost 6 years. Last year, we promoted 161,000 associates across the United States. We have over 300,000 associates that have worked for the company for more than 10 years. Our average pay in the state of California for a full-time hourly associate is $12.82 an hour. We offer benefits to full and part-time associates, and we're proud of what our associates do. Our associates are involved, and unfortunately, sometimes people make attacks when it's real humans. So an example, our distribution manager, Scott Kubicek, he's been attacked along with you, Mayor Pro Tem, tonight. Scott wasn't able to make it tonight, so he was watching the proceedings with his kids at home when people started attacking him and his engagement in the community. He's been on boards and serving here since the day he arrived. He gives his time away from his family to be able to support the community, and we have hundreds of associates that do that at all of our high desert stores. We're proud of them, we're proud of what they do, and the attacks on them are absolutely unfounded. Some of the challenges talked about tonight around what's going to happen from this store being built. The reality is the reason the newly relocated store is so busy, we don't want it to be that busy. It's a great problem to have, but we want to be able to serve customers close to their home. We want them to have a pleasant shopping experience. We've been working on this project for over 6 years, and it's so that we can have stores in different parts of the city that people can get to. No different than how Target has one in Hesperia, the one just down the road from here, the one in Apple Valley right around the corner from Spring Valley Lake, another one they're working on in Adelanto. It's about being able to serve your customers where they want, when they want, how they want, and giving them that choice. And we recognize that everybody in Spring Valley Lake who has overwhelmingly identified themselves tonight and in past hearings is not in favor of that, but we believe that all Victor Valley, and especially Victorville residents, deserve the choice, and they deserve to have that option that you can provide. From a jobs perspective, Walmart also supports suppliers in San Bernardino County. Over 12,500 jobs, 150 suppliers, and last year we spent $640 million with those suppliers right here in the county. I didn't fly here from Bentonville. I've lived in California all but 3 years of my life. I live here in San Bernardino County, and I've lived here for 6 years. You had Ed, who stepped up from Spring Valley Lake. I'm glad to finally see Ed in his hometown, because I've seen him in Burbank, I've seen him in Menifee, I've seen him in Yucca Valley, always against Walmart. It's great we finally found a spot where he could stay at home and come oppose us. Last year, we contributed more than 300,000 pounds of food to food agencies that help people that don't have access. That has occurred because we have super centers, and instead of throwing that food away, it's still good to eat. We donate it. We're the largest funder of the Feeding America Food Bank Network, and that ends up getting to needy families that are getting those goods. Two final things that I'd like to share before I do this one last presentation is that veterans we do support as a company. It's not just a tagline. Our distribution center just hired 3 veterans in the last 3 months. It's not a tagline. It's something we believe in and something that we actually do on a regular basis. I'm going to get past these maps and cards.
When can I ask questions regarding the public safety issue?
As soon as he gets through with this presentation.
You've got a map of the city that's coming around you as well as a card. We did this card years ago. We were challenged by the opposition that we didn't clearly identify. We had more than 5,000 supporters in a couple weeks that we gathered that said they wanted this site to be developed. We said, fine, throw that batch of cards out. We went out right there, those two tubs, there's 7,700 Victor Valley residents, again, in a couple weeks that said, we support this site being developed. You've got the card. You can see the map. It doesn't say Nisqually. It says the exact location. You can see exactly what the information we asked for them, and you can see a splatter map of where our supporters are that are saying, you know what, we like Walmart, we support Walmart, and we recognize that Walmart has moved to the other side of Interstate 15, and we want to have one on the east side. We're not afraid to call this Tamarisk Marketplace, but the reality is this site will serve East Victorville. They deserve to have that option. They deserve to have that choice. One final thing.
Sure. Let's not have any interaction between, let's show respect for the presenter. Thank you. Sir, I'm not going to ask you again.
That's for the battery. Mine's that one. Oh, it came up, then I lost it. Apologize. Okay, you had a reference during the public comment that there's been this barrage of communication. The reality is we try not to communicate with folks when they don't need communication. And as this hearing came forward, just like when the planning hearings came up 8 months ago, that's when we did our communication. You have the cards, you have the splatter map. We also did the mailing and asked people, and we asked for reply cards. Over 90% of the reply cards that have been coming back have been in favor of this project. We did calls, but we did calls in a balanced way. We looked at both the city of Victorville and we looked solely at Spring Valley Lake. And so I'm going to show you a comparison of some key things that came up within that. One, awareness is high. For Victorville residents, 68% of them were aware of this project. In Spring Valley Lake, 95%. They're well engaged, very aware of this project. From a favorability perspective, city of Victorville, 7 in 10 voters support Walmart. In Spring Valley Lake, 4 in 10 voters support Walmart.
Any Walmart or this project?
I'll get to that in a second. That's just Walmart in general. So, again, it's balanced information. So, how about opponents like the lawyer that's here today or other folks who try to block projects from out of town? Victorville, strong opposition to outside people coming in and telling you what to do in your city. Spring Valley Lake, strong opposition and people coming in and telling you what to do about your city. So there was agreement on that front. Zoning change. City of Victorville voters, the zoning change overwhelmingly is necessary. Spring Valley Lake, the zoning change is wrong. I don't think that's anything that you would have not expected. Why is it that people support the Walmart being built? jobs, convenience, economy in the community, wide variety of products, one-stop shopping, affordable items, inexpensive, low price. We need another Walmart on the east side, and then again, the other store is crowded. So here's the most important thing for this particular project. Do you want it in Victorville, or do you want it somewhere else? In this case, we said Hesperia. Victorville residents overwhelmingly want the store built this site in Victorville. Spring Valley Lake residents, they're actually okay with it being built. And you've heard that overwhelmingly tonight. But they want you to send the tax revenue to Hesperia. And that's the bottom side of that. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have, Councilwoman.
First off, Mr. Rios, I want to address your statement and this woman's statement regarding it doesn't matter or who votes for us. If they're not in Spring Valley Lake, they can't vote for us. We shouldn't listen to people.
I never said that, ma'am.
Your statistics show that.
But I never said that. I gave you facts. I never said that. That's an opinion. I never shared that.
Okay, let me finish.
Sure.
And I heard it from a couple of people tonight, and I have to tell you that when I took an oath for city council, it was to the United States of America. And every day, we said the Pledge of Allegiance to that flag that represents the United States of America. So that's who I represent. So I'm not pandering to people for votes, obviously. I never have and I never will. Nor will I ask for money for my vote or I'll sell out. So let's get that clear.
Nor have we offered it, and all the information that I presented to you was balanced for the Victor Valley, not just Victorville.
And let me tell you about your information. I took statistics for my master's, and statistics matters on how the information is presented. That's how it matters. You can twist it any way you want. And let's go back to your slideshow for the crime statistics. Did the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office approve that slide?
Again, I shared with you that was independent information from Crimecast, which is an independent company that we utilize for our own analysis.
But it wasn't from our sheriff's department.
No, it was not from your sheriff's department. It was just of your sheriff's department that's located here in the High Desert.
Did you, when you were getting signatures and doing your information, were you giving out any items or?
No, ma'am.
Nothing?
No, ma'am.
No coupons?
Just information.
The information that you provided us earlier, is there a Walmart in Newport and Sonoma Beach?
No, we have one in the adjacent community of Huntington Beach. We actually have 2 stores, and we have one north of Solano Beach in Encinitas.
So the information that you provided us was deceiving?
No, the information we provided you was retail location. The information we provided you was retail locations that are adjacent to schools. We also have Walmarts that are adjacent to schools. The broad question was there's no place for retail to be near those locations, and we went and did the research, and in fact that is not an accurate statement. There are hundreds of examples of retail adjacent to schools throughout Southern California, including Walmarts.
I have some questions regarding the retention basin and the drainage. As most know, I work for VVWA. We have percolation ponds. I'm concerned because I'm visualizing what it looks like at our facility. And they're open ponds, and we find people swimming in them all the time. So is it going to look like a pool of water, or is it covered? Will we see it?
I'm going to yield to our experts on the water piece.
You know, actually, I want to hear from Corey Briggs. Only because he's not paid by Walmart.
Council Member Valles, there are a couple problems with the detention issue. Number one, this is a curveball that was thrown by Walmart tonight. They purposefully continued the hearing 2 weeks ago not to respond to my letter. The continuance was under those auspices, but really it was to gin up the bogus numbers you've seen tonight. Specifically on the detention basin, you have a couple of problems. one member of the community commented that while the water sits there, you have all sorts of public health hazards. None of those have been looked at in the EIR. Secondly, what's not been told is the extent to which there's going to be a combination of runoff from the parking lot into the receiving water, whether that goes to the detention basin, whether it goes downstream. Nobody has commented on that. And so when they say there's going to be no mix, that's physically impossible because the water from the parking lot has to go somewhere. So the question is, will it be mixed or will it not be mixed? If it's mixed, it's not just a siltation problem. It's a problem from the oils and the other materials that run off from the parking lot. Siltation is a problem from the natural waterways. It's not really the problem when you get into parking lots. So if we're going to have all of that ick sitting in a detention basin, that's an even bigger public health hazard. And the problem for the public and the council tonight is nobody knows that because this is a curveball presented for the first time tonight. I also encourage you to go back and look at those crime stats because on a number of the slides I saw, while Mr. Rios was talking about it being for a Target or another facility, it said Walmart store on it. That's why I came up to read it, because I couldn't see where his stats were coming from a particular store. Maybe I just couldn't see it because it's difficult to read, but a number of those slides just said Walmart store, and he was telling you what those stats were. And the last thing I'll say is that nobody's attacking Mr. Kubitschek. I don't know him. I'm sure he's a very nice guy, but doth protesteth too much. The point I was making is that it's the mayor pro tem who has a conflict of interest because of his wife's relationship. Nothing here should be personal. All of this is meant to be above board and objective. If somebody's concerned about the comment, it's probably because they have something to hide. If you have any more questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Continue.
Well, just to respond briefly to Mr. Briggs' comments, who's, I think it's the philosophy of throwing whatever you can at the wall to see what sticks. The information regarding the retention basins, 100% retention, was in the EIR. It was circulated how long ago, Ross? 10 days. 10 days before the public. So this is not a first impression. It was something that was analyzed, it was looked over with staff. They had to approve our hydrology. Regarding detention basins, the city of Victorville lives off detention basins. They're required in almost every project to all of a sudden on our project start to question whether or not it's a viable means of doing, taking care of potential runoff is ridiculous. This has been around, I don't know, you'd have to ask staff, but from as long as I can remember, I think we have detention basins in virtually every one of our projects. So I hope that answers those questions.
I have a question. So this information was just presented to us tonight regarding the 100% retention. Has our planning commission looked at that and had a chance to make sure that everything's correct with that and speak to Lahontan? Or are we just taking their word for it?
The 100% retention is new information, but maybe Donovan can speak on this. It wasn't above and beyond what could be considered with that first circulation of the EIR.
Oh, I'm asking you. Has your department had an opportunity to review this thoroughly before we're voting on it? We rely on your expertise to tell us that if this is safe and if this is healthy.
I can answer that. Yes, we did have an opportunity to review the amended detention. It was a requirement over and above what the city requires. We don't require the 100% retention of on-site water, so the developer took upon themselves to go above and beyond the city requirements. But we did review it.
But necessarily going above and beyond could create another problem. So maybe we don't have that requirement for a reason.
I'm not aware of any problem that would cause. It would mitigate any on-site drainage.
And then what about the mosquitoes and the standing water?
They're closed chambers. They're not open chambers. Is that correct?
No, it's open.
There are. Is that correct?
I thought we reviewed it.
We did review it.
Corey, could you tell me, I think you understand more what they're doing.
I think we need to set
Sure.
a process here.
I'm answering the councilwoman's questions.
Don, I'm the chair right now for this chamber, okay? So you'll answer to me, and you'll ask permission to, if you want somebody up here, you'll have to ask me for permission to get you up here. I'm going to let you one more time, but I'm not going to have this going back and forth all night long. So make your statement, and then we'll give it back to Walmart, and that's it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to answer any council member's questions as long as I'm here and they're asking. Anyways, the answer to the question is the public hasn't seen this information. Your staff just said the 100% on-site detention is new information. And then somebody said, oh, well, it's in the EIR. No, the public hasn't been told the whole story. Then you have staff saying we reviewed the report and they're covered, and the so-called experts say they're not covered. Even the city doesn't know what's going on here. The public is the most important participant tonight, and we're the ones entitled to know what's going on. Send it back to the Planning Commission, let everybody be on the same page, and then you guys can decide it. You don't get to move the goalpost tonight.
I have one more question, and that question is, does Mr. Cabriales have the right to limit my questioning?
No. Under a whole bunch of laws.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, when the city requires a certain level of mitigation, if a business chooses to go above and beyond that level of mitigation, they're still meeting the requirements of the city.
Going to mimic those comments. I mean, all we did was we originally complied with the requirements, and then we exceeded those requirements, and then in doing so, we actually had the information put into the EIR, and I guess it was even posted. Is that correct? So all we did was exceed the obligation we have, and it was in an effort to try to resolve an issue that we had heard, that there was a concern of downstream drainage and flooding issues. We thought it was a very good idea. We thought it was in response to concerns. I don't know, maybe if in the wisdom of the council they'd like to approve the project without the exceedance, I mean, that's always an option, but certainly we're open to exceeding the requirements that we were required of us.
I just have a comment regarding these retention basins. It's an engineering technical thing that's put in development, in some developments. And so I think you mentioned it's been around for a long time, the retention bases. And so they're working, or they won't be required in some instances. I know they're, sometimes we're requiring. I know we're working on retention basins in some of our flooding areas. So, this question of are they dangerous? If they were, they won't be required from time to time.
Well, that's correct. Not only are they used in this valley, but I think in virtually every valley in Southern California, detention basins are the common vehicle by which you retain water.
I have a question regarding the sensitive receptors. I carry my rescue inhaler everywhere I go because I've suffered from asthma since I was a child. Did your study cover people that have respiratory issues in the surrounding area, or was it just people in general?
I'm going to have to defer to Ross Keller. I would like to point out, though, that the terminology, sensitive receptors, is not our terminology. We didn't create that. That's dictated by state CEQA law. So we just studied it and used the terminology.
That's correct. I mean, Mr. Rothbard said it correctly. The study does look at quote-unquote sensitive receptors, which are usually defined as the elderly and the young. So that's the target audience that the study looks at. And it looked at the schools and the location of the senior living and the location, the other surrounding uses.
And the findings?
I went over the findings in my presentation 10 minutes ago.
And it was just fine, right? There's no issues?
There wasn't an exceedance of the thresholds as stated by the Mojave District Air District thresholds. And back to one more point, so we're very clear on this, because I don't think Mr. Sarzinski was very clear. In the intervening time that the drainage, one of the prevailing comments that was received regarding on the draft EIR was regarding hydrology and drainage. And that's, I think Mr. Rothbard talked to the fact that a long period of time went between the Planning Commission meeting and the City Council because a lot of work was being done, engineering work was being done. That work culminated with a hydrology study that was provided to city staff. City staff took great pains to review that study and approve that study. That study was used and was the basis to respond to the comments that are included in your final EIR. And the entire hydrology study, as you know, is appended to the final EIR. And those materials were available to the public and posted on the website well in advance of the first meeting last week, which was continued to tonight. So in terms of the state, someone got up here tonight, I think it was Mr. Briggs, and says this is all brand new information and it wasn't provided to the public. That's an inaccurate statement. It was provided to the public. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, are we ready to take action on this?
I think, are we through with the presentation? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing at this time.
I'm not done with my questions.
Okay, how many questions do you
I
have?
don't know. Well, we'll see.
Mr. Mayor, it's appropriate to close the public hearing. The questions are not part of the public hearing. Certainly, any member of the City Council can ask a question of anyone in the audience or on staff.
Close the public hearing, and then we'll continue with the questioning from the council. Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to ask Corey Briggs if he can explain the EIR to me.
Not tonight. There's only an hour and 20 minutes left.
Regarding the
tonight.
sensitive receptors
Sure.
and the...
So, to be fair to Walmart, sensitive receptor is a term that's used in environmental impact reports, and it refers to children, the elderly, and people who are susceptible to respiratory illness above and beyond the average person. It's not meant to be a derogatory term. It's just a buzz phrase. Mr. Geller sort of glossed over a couple things. Number one, on the regional air quality problems, essentially Walmart's argument is that it's already bad, so making it a little bit worse because of this project, you shouldn't worry about it. That's the point. And to see that point, you should read the Statement of Overriding Considerations, because when you read the air quality section of the EIR, it actually says that more people are going to have asthma and respiratory illness, including some serious lifelong respiratory illness. I think you said you have an inhaler with you, so you understand this issue. Your Statement of Overriding Consideration says, yeah, that's true, but we want the jobs and the tax revenues anyways. When Mr. Rothbard or Mr. Geller was explaining the Statement of Overriding Considerations, the comment was essentially that statement just takes into account the bad stuff. No, it does more than that. What it says is these really bad impacts that we cannot make go away despite all the mitigation, it's worth it to get the jobs and the tax revenues and the shopping convenience. And that's the finding. One of the findings that you have to make tonight, Councilwoman, is does what's being put forward justify the adverse air quality impacts? Now, that's just regional. On the local level, what they said is they're relying on thresholds of significance set by an agency. The law under CEQA says that alone is not good enough. If there's any evidence of a potentially significant impact, you have to look at that impact. And what they did is they said, we've got really, really, really lax standards, although they don't use the word lax, but when you look at the data they are, they say, here's the standard before it gets bad, and we're below it, so we don't have a problem. What they didn't ask is whether the level that they're going to be at with all the schools and the house is so close, given the level they'll actually be at, is that significant? They never answered that question, Councilwoman, and so that's a huge gap in the analysis. I will tell you, from litigating against Walmart for almost 10 years over EIRs, they do a much better job in other EIRs, and we have provided them to the city and to staff to compare those air quality analyses to the one you get here, and you see they are brushing over a whole bunch of horrible impacts.
Thank you. Regarding Aaron Rios's police presentation that wasn't approved by our sheriff's department, he never did answer the question, and the question was, if you can't keep the Victorville Walmart clean, what makes you think you're going to keep the Spring Valley Lake Walmart clean and safe?
Appreciate the follow-up. I think what I was trying to help you understand out of my presentation was that while we recognize there's concerns about our previous Walmart site, that it is a larger issue for Victor Valley. We take it very serious for our customers. If you go look at our new facility and security measures we put in place, part of what we use is CrimeCast, part of what we use is our operations and asset protection folks to evaluate and make sure we put measures in place to provide a safe shopping environment. Some of the references that you've heard tonight are absolutely unfair in focusing that Walmart is the reason for that crime. I clearly showed you that there is a challenge throughout the Victor Valley, and we're trying to be part of that solution with all of our new stores, including if this store is approved tonight.
That's all I have.
Is that all you have? Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We'll start with Mike.
Just put it where I've seen it so far. First of all, the question that you ask is whether this is a legal hearing or not with respect to the zone change. We do our general plan changes just like any other city does every 3 months. That's been ongoing for the 50 years, the life of this city. That's not an unusual situation. So do they have a right to ask for that zone change? Absolutely, and they've gone through that process extensively. Second question is the health and safety issues. I think the traffic issue has been mitigated as best it can. You have 2 intersections versus 1 now, so that will deal with the traffic on Bear Valley Road. Bear Valley Road. The flooding mitigation has been overly dramatized, but it has been addressed adequately. They have an improved flood channel. The retention basins, they dry up. The heat out here and everything else, very appropriate for that. As a matter of fact, we have a major retention basin within the wash area itself, up above the mall, the Victor Valley that we have there. So those are normal activities that we do in the high desert here in any case. With respect to the crime, to say that it's inherently going to be a criminal activity there just because there's major retail is it doesn't fit any sense that I have of it. Not only are their statistics, and I've never seen those. I've traveled around a few states and seen some super Walmarts in some other states, and everyone that I've been to so far has been pretty. That doesn't mean that every one is going to be perfect, but that means that I'm very comfortable that the retail location at that place does not generate any kind of criminal activity that threatens the children or anything else. I was a high school teacher for 30 years. I certainly have a sensitivity to the kids in the schools, but this retail store has an appropriate location and appropriate reason to locate there, and I find no problems with that at all.
Yeah, on the traffic issue, which I think is certainly one to consider, I think the problem on Bear Valley Road has been steadily progressing for 30 years. Victorville today is doing the one thing, the most significant mitigation step that's been done in 30 or 40 years by the construction of the Nisqually Interchange. What that will do is relieve traffic where it is most congested, which is from the freeway to Hesperia Road. And as we provide relief there, that's going to provide, I don't know, what if it's 30%, 40% relief to to Bear Valley Road. I think that is, with or without Walmart, that traffic problems on Bear Valley Road are going to continue. I'm satisfied with the flood mitigation issues. I think if Spring Valley Lake wants to address the flooding problems that you had in 2004, I would urge all of you to study the photographs. I first got them from people from Spring Valley Lake of the flooding. I went and met with a city engineer and reviewed the photographs that were taken at the time of that flood. The worst flooding was on Country Club Drive in front of the clubhouse. Now, there was other flooding, but that's where the water was 3 feet deep or more. And it mounded and flowed to the cul-de-sac to the north of the clubhouse. And if you study that picture, what you will find is at the end of that flood channel, the golf course is a flood channel. Somebody at Spring Valley Lake decided to build a 2-foot block wall in front of the beach, I'm told, to keep the kids from going out onto the street, put iron rails above that block wall. It's there today. And if you study those photographs, you'll see the debris flowed into that wall and created a 4-foot dam at the bottom of a flood channel. Now, if Spring Valley Lake wants to address your flooding problems, I wouldn't worry about the site at Tamarisk. I'd take a look at the dam and the beach that you built there that has created the biggest part of that flooding problem. You study the pictures. I'm with this project. It's the right place. It is the right place. It is a project that is clear to me the overwhelming number of people in Victorville support. And it's equally clear to me that the people in Spring Valley Lake don't. I get it. The people in Victorville elected me. I'm going to do what's best for them.
Thank you.
When I,
That's it?
did you have something else?
I'm going to make a motion.
Oh, okay.
We have what? 2 more comments and we'll.
When I came here tonight, I was expecting a very thorough presentation from Walmart, and I found it less than weak. And I decided that I was going to weigh out the pros versus the cons. And there are just way too many cons, and there's nothing. You cannot put a price on a child's life, on illness, on injury, on people not being able to sleep. I mean, it's not worth it. I mean, as a city, we can't sell out to big corporations. And where is our loyalty to the small businesses that brought up Victorville? And like I said, I won't sell out. And I know that Spring Valley Lake can't vote for me, and I'm not looking for votes, and I never have. And this vote is for the kids, and it's for health, and it's for quality of life for the entire high desert.
We've sat here for almost 4 hours, and we've listened to the public hearing, the people that were opposed, the people who are supporting it. We've heard the presentations from Walmart. We've heard our staff reports. I think we've gone over this traffic, the air pollution, the flooding. If Walmart wasn't there, you would still get the flooding. I was here when the last floods occur. You would still get the flooding. The air pollution is really intriguing to me because you already have 60,000 cars going through there, and obviously they're putting stuff in the air, and so you're not using your inhalers now. I understand that. You are going to get 10,000 more cars according to the report, but you already have 60,000 cars. And even if Walmart, I gave each one of you the opportunity to speak. You know, I wasn't disrespectful to you. I allowed you your time. I think that I deserve respect back in return. Okay, I would expect more from the folks there at Spring Valley Lake. Respect is very important. It goes both ways. So please let me finish, and then after I say my say, we're going to vote, and then you can do whatever you want to do, okay? Hold on. Anyway, the air pollution, we're not going to have any more comments from the public. The public hearing is closed. We're now just having our own.
They're telling you to go to hell, and there should be an officer in here.
There are officers, and we'll take care of it. We already removed one person. If they continue, we'll remove them. Okay, that's enough. Okay. Discuss the traffic, the air pollution, the flooding. There's mitigation measures for that. Excuse me. They talked about the public safety, the crime. I think, even if it wasn't a sheriff's report, but I think if you look at a sheriff's map with all the where the crime occurs, it's kind of spread out all over. It's not just Walmart. The safety part, the fire trucks and the ambulances. You know what? As I mentioned before with the other Planned Parenthood thing, that's the reason you have sirens on. The traffic will move out of the way and allow these vehicles to go through. So that shouldn't be a concern. In fact, I think the county fire department is going to build a news station out there in Spring Valley Lake. Well, it won't be at the end. It'll be towards the front, closer to probably where Walmart is at. I do have a personal concern here, and this started about a year and a half ago, perhaps, and is politically motivated towards me. I have an idea why this individual has taken this vendetta. I'm not going to discuss that, but it's a political hit against me, my integrity, my service to this community, and I resent that. And the most I resent is that my wife is dragged into this, and she is a good person. She's honest. She's hardworking. She's a very nice lady that I love very much, and that concerns me, and I'm sure that every one of you men would say the same thing about your spouse, and that concerns me. Somebody wants to attack me, hey, that's fine. Welcome, get in line. But when they start bringing your family in, then that's despicable and uncalled for. I will ask our city attorney one more time, do I have a conflict?
We have reviewed all of the facts concerning conflicts and do not believe you have any conflict that would prevent you from voting on this.
Okay. Then I'm prepared to ask for a vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on item 13. There are 5 items, all companions, 6 items. 1 ordinance and 5 resolutions. I'd like to put them all together in one vote, and I would like to make the motion to approve.
And waive reading?
And waive reading of all the...
There a second?
It would require a reading of the title of the ordinance.
Okay.
Ordinance number 2294, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving the zone change portion of PLN 08-00053 to reclassify property from CA Administrative Offices to C2 General Commercial.
Wait for further reading?
That'd be included in the motion to approve.
There a second?
Motion by Council Member Kennedy, second by Council Member Rothschild.
All those in favor? Aye?
Oh, don't we have to?
Okay.
Motion carries with Mayor McEachron absent and Council Member Valles voting no.
Thank you. That concludes item number 12. Thank you. Yes. We'll now have a quick recess, about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and finish the agenda. Thank you.
14.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Item 14 is a public hearing called to hear arguments for and against a zone change for environmental exception. Case number PLN 12-00015, TTGY Incorporated. And approve the introduction of ordinance number 2293 entitled An Ordinance of the City of Victorville approving zone change PLN 12-00015 to reclassify property from C2 General Commercial to C1 Neighborhood Service Commercial with an environmental exception on property generally located at the northwest corner of Borrego Road and Palmdale Road. KDGY Group, Inc.
Public hearing.
The public hearing then?
I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against item 14, please come to the podium.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody wants to be here till 12. Thank you. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask the clerk to state the motion, the ordinance.
Ordinance number 2293, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving zone change PLN 12-00015 to reclassify property from C2 General Commercial to C1 Neighborhood Service Commercial with an environmental exception on property generally located at the northwest corner of Borrego Road and Palmdale Road, KTGY Group, Inc.
Move waive further reading and, oh, I don't have to do that anymore.
A correction on that, the motion was made by Councilmember Kennedy and seconded by Councilmember Rothschild to waive further reading and introduce. Motion carries with Mayor McEachran absent.
Item 15 is approval of the consent calendar.
I'd like to pull check number 711542, check number 711826.
I do have a card on item 15H, which you
Wow, I have to make sure I'm awake. This is on, I wanted to make a comment on the K&D and on Kinsel. I hope you guys do vote no on this, because when you have any kind of business that you run and you are required to have records and have things available, that you have to have those if somebody asks for them or needs them. So I think for Kinsel coming after the city now and asking to be reimbursed for having to provide all this stuff, that's the risk you take when you go into business and you do business with different entities. I don't think it's a city's responsibility in any way to have to pay any money towards whatever it's cost for him to provide documents to the SCE, to grand jury, whoever they did them to. That's on them. I don't see how that should ever come back to the city. So I hope that's a no.
Yeah, we do have a request to pull the item, A number 711542, 711826. It's the city attorney payment. We'll pull that out and move approval of the consent calendar.
Motion by Councilmember Kennedy, second by Councilmember Rothschild. Councilmember Vyas, thank you. Motion carries with Mayor McEachran absent.
And now we can discuss the items that were pulled.
Yes, I don't agree with paying the city attorney another $94,000.
Move to pay the bill. Whatever. We don't have it here?
That's correct. If we, council could do a voice vote on
Pay
this.
the bills.
Just pull out, you
The
can use
record,
your.
it's not the city attorney, it's the law firm.
Not coming out.
That's correct. There isn't a separate item for
Okay.
that, so the council needs to take a
Okay, we
voice
have a
vote.
motion. And a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Opposed.
Item 16 is a request to approve resolution number 12-056. It's a resolution of the City Council for the City of Victorville establishing a consultation process to be incorporated as a Part F, the city's development review process for water well applications being considered upon parcels on and in the vicinity of the Southern California Logistics Airport.
Typo, is that Part F?
I believe that's a typo. Should be part of.
Okay.
Motion by Councilmember Kennedy, second by Councilmember Rothschild. Motion carries with Mayor McEachran absent.
Item 17, request for council to authorize the expense reimbursement policy, which conforms to the requirements of California Government Code Section 53232 through 53232.4 regarding city officials and employees' travel expenses.
Doug, I'm sorry, it's been so long ago, earlier today, that I read your staff report on this. Why do we actually have to, I mean, we have to follow that. Why do we make it a matter of policy?
We do have to follow that. There are certain leeways that are provided in there. We can set the certain dollar amounts for reimbursement based on where we might be traveling to or on the city's own policies. The current policy that you see that this would supersede essentially is not a full reimbursement policy. It was only pertaining to mileage for the most part. So this will allow city staff to have good guidelines as they travel. We still aren't traveling much, but as they travel, they'll have good guidelines as to what acceptable levels of meals are. If they choose to eat, fancier than what this policy would allow, then that would be covered by themselves, not by the city.
Motion by Councilmember Kennedy, second by Councilmember Rothschild. Motion carries with Mayor McEachran absent.
Item 18 is the request for approval to exercise one of 4 additional one-year renewal option periods by approving amendment number 1 to the annual agreement for fiscal year 2012-2013 with LSA Associates, Inc. for Mojave Riverwalk project in the original contract amount not to exceed $105,000 and with a remaining contract amount not to exceed $68,443.84.
Motion by Councilmember Rothschild, second by Councilmember Kennedy. Motion carries with Mayor McEachran absent.
Item 19, request to adopt resolution number 12-055 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville establishing and accepting the annual appropriations limit for the fiscal year 2012-13.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabriola, second by Councilmember Rothschild. Motion carries with Mayor McEachron absent.
Item number 20, informational only, is the notice of amendments to conflict of interest code. Item 21, request to adopt resolution number 12-057 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville sitting as the code reviewing body for the oversight board for the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, adopting the conflict of interest code of the oversight board."
Motion by Councilmember Kennedy, second by Mayor Pro Tem Cabriolas. Motion carries with Mayor McEachron absent.
Item 22, request to ratify the expenditure plan for the Homeland Security Grant Program, modification for 2011, and authorize the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for the program administration.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabriolas, second by Councilmember Rothschild.
Oh, there it is.
Motion carries with Mayor McEachron absent.
Item 23, request to direct staff to work with Sandbag to utilize the subject high desert corridor earmarks for the Green Tree Extension Project final design.
I have some comments to make. This is the map I handed out right here. What this is, just to let you know, or at least as I understand it, is that Sandbag has got
report on it?
Or do you want to make a presentation first?
Brian, if you could be thorough but brief.
I'll be
Yeah.
brief. I'll try
We have a record already.
I'll try to get right to the point. If you want a brief explanation,
Very
basically,
brief.
there are high desert corridor earmarks that cannot be used on that project, and they're going to be rescinded, which means they'll have to be put on other projects. If they're not used on projects in the Sandbag region, then they could go out of the Sandbag region or even out of the state. So Sandbag's trying to use these earmarks on a viable project. The Green Tree Extension is a project it can be used on. So Sandbag staff took an item to their board to get authorization to use these earmarks. There's $4 million worth of earmarks, and they're proposing to use them on the final design for the Green Tree project. So they approached city staff with this, and so we're seeking direction from our city council before we respond back to Sandbag on this issue.
Obviously, we should keep the money here. Why send it out somewhere?
Well, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, just some quick history, very quick. Essentially, and Brandon, if you could pull up the map that Councilman Rothschild asked to be displayed, actually. This came before the council, what, Brian, probably 18 months, maybe 36 months ago, I don't recall now.
Back in early 2010.
Okay, early 2010. There was a decision made to do an environmental study using $1 million in federal dollars, and that included what you see in green right now. Councilmember Rothschild and other members of the council had expressed concerns at that point about essentially dumping all that traffic that will eventually come from Apple Valley onto Green Tree Boulevard, and the viability of sort of forcing them through traffic controls southerly on Hesperia Road to the new La Mesa Nisqually interchange. At that time, staff studied, or at least came up with, a couple of other potential options, and those are depicted in the red, the dark blue, and the light blue. Brian, could you speak just briefly as to where we are now with that? We had promised to bring this back for a final discussion with the council to consider alternatives. And Brian, if you could talk about whatever recommendation you would make right now.
Well, where we are right now is the town of Apple Valley was the lead on the environmental document, which they approved back in early 2010. And the green line is what was approved as part of the environmental document. So if Victorville wanted to deviate from that green line, we wouldn't be able to use the $4 million, the funds that Sandbag has made available. We would have to have our own environmental document that would have a different alignment and fund it in a different manner. So basically, if we want to utilize those funds, we'd have to stay with the previous environmental approval that goes along that green alignment.
Right. And one other issue that is, I think, a future issue, but Brian, if you could clarify for myself and for the council. When that environmental document was being looked at, or during those discussions, I'll say, there was questions raised about how much of this project Victorville or Victorville development should pay for. There's a strong belief by, I know, Councilman Rothschild, and I actually happen to share the belief, that the bridge, that is the major cost factor in this green alignment, does not provide a significant benefit to the city of Victorville, but it provides tremendous benefit to the town of Apple Valley and the county through Spring Valley Lake. Brian, just so we can kind of cut to the chase a little bit, and then you guys can ask all the questions you want. Does this lock in the funding to where Victorville would have to necessarily pay that, or is that still a question to be answered sometime later?
That would come sometime later. The actual funding for the construction would be at the time of a cooperative agreement that we would enter into on the funding with Sandbag and potentially other agencies like Apple Valley. So really, we're not committing at this point to what the color of the money is going to be on the construction funding.
Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, to say that again, we're not committing to what?
Well, right now, what we're seeking direction on is if we should use these federal funds, these earmark funds, for the final design on the High Desert Corridor, but from the High Desert Corridor and placing them on Green Tree. This decision will not commit Victorville to what our share will be for the construction. The construction is somewhere in the order of $20 million. But if you make a decision tonight to use this federal money on the design, it will not commit you to your share of the construction funding in the future. That will come later.
We'll commit you to the green line.
Yes,
but it will commit you to the green.
Yeah, you lock in the green
proceeding
line
with
if
the
you take the
green
$4
line.
million tonight.
And that's why I wanted to, it was really for your benefit, Councilman Rothschild. I know this is a hot issue for you, just so we could get the staff presentation on those two issues. One is it doesn't commit the city to any guarantee of funding as far as it coming from Victorville, but it does effectively commit the city to building along that green line.
And which was the original plan.
Correct.
Until we came up with those alternate routes.
Excuse me, what
it was
the
the
question?
original plan. The green line was the original one, and then we came up with some of the others.
Yes, that's correct. The green line was the original plan, and that was the one that was on our circulation element. And
but if we don't keep the money here, then it's going to go some other zone.
Yeah, they're proposing to put it on the I-215 Barton Road interchange in Grand Terrace. It'd be a Sandbag project.
Well, but even if that's the case, what's the point of spending it on a design effort up here that, unless we're going to continue and build it there? And personally, and I know Mike's got things he wants to say.
Let me add one little other piece. The bridge over the railroad tracks is an $8 million, round number, $8 million item. So I have said in the past and continue to say, and that's still open, even though you vote tonight, let's say everybody votes tonight, yes, that is still a negotiated item. And we're talking about roughly a $24 million completion from over the bridge, down 2 extra lanes down Hesperia Road to Nisqually. All that whole package, design features at an intersection, about $24 million total.
Does that include the loop around the lake?
No. That's from right here, the green stuff that you see in here, all the way down to Bear Valley. So that's about a to Nisqually. That's about a $24 million. What we're talking about is $4 million tonight. If we take that $4 million tonight, what we do, we don't lock in necessarily we owe for the bridge yet. We can still argue that point. But what we do lock in is the green line. And I'm saying there are some other options for that $4 million. Do you really want to give up those options? Remember, when this thing comes to fruition, there's going to be approximately 20,000 cars there. Now, to be fair to our engineering staff, they've done the best they can here. They've done a pretty decent design on a T intersection where as you come into the green, you hit there. You can't go straight across to Bear Valley, Green Tree Boulevard. You either got to go left or right. And if you're going to, say, the base out there to work, are you going through Old Town? See, I have a concern about the amount of traffic over there and the ability to where those people are going to go. If we could guarantee them all being on Nisqually, that's probably okay. That's why if you come over here to one of these other options, they're definitely going to go to Nisqually. Well, they're going to definitely go to Nisqually on the green line. That you can sit there and debate for yourself whether that's going to necessarily be true or not. Some of them might even loop into that shopping center right there and come right back onto Green Tree Boulevard. And right now, traffic is backing up until the post office because I live right there.
Brian, when did this green line start? How long ago did this get to this point? Obviously, there must have been plenty of votes on Sandbag to get it, right?
Well, it has a long history. There was a study that we cooperated with Apple Valley and the county on back in 1994, and it was on the circulation element before then, but I don't know how far back.
And who was on Sandbag at that time?
Back in 1994, my history doesn't go back quite that far.
That's me. Yeah,
Did you approve that green line?
No.
You always voted no on that?
Okay, a little bit of history. The way this green line got here was Brad Metz, about 8 years ago, maybe 10, I'm not sure, but Brad Metzfeld went back to Washington. He didn't ask this council. Nobody in this council. It was after the fact, but he went back to Washington, picked up a grant on some environmental studies, and they said, oh, by the way, this has to be a corridor. This is him talking in Washington, D.C., not to the city council here. And the only corridor that anybody had ever discussed coming out of Apple Valley over the river was this Green Tree. We didn't develop all the rest of this stuff. So he comes back with this corridor named down, and the reason that you have it right here is this is Yucca-Loma Green Tree Corridor. And I said, wait a minute, nobody on this council ever agreed to that corridor. If we get the traffic to Nisqually, almost myself included, we're all good to go. So I voted against it on Sandbag, but that was just one vote out of 24. That wasn't the whole deal. So here we have this thing designated, and we're still sitting on this project. So what we're doing right now tonight, the only thing we're doing tonight, if you say, okay, I want to keep that $4 million up here of the $24 million probably we got to spend, then you're locking in this Green Tree because that $4 million is tied into a nexus point right there at Green Tree as a quarter.
Well, let's ask one other question. Is it going to be possible for us to do any of those alternative routes?
We took a quick look at that. It was not the level of study that this environmental document had, but I think it would be possible, yes. I mean, I would say that the Ottawa alignment would be very challenged. There are some grade separation issues with the railroad spur on that. But the other two...
the green line runs down Ridgecrest and then comes across?
The red one and the one on Terra Linda, anything can be done if you put time and money into it. So it would be feasible, technically feasible to construct them if that's what you're asking.
In the red one, you're going through all those properties.
There would be impacts there. There would be different environmental impacts. It would be a completely different kind of alignment.
Well, maybe the question I really want to ask is there a way to redesign or design that intersection at Green Tree and Hesperia Road to literally
They've done
force
that.
the traffic?
They have a design feature that kind of, even takes my issue away, except I'm not happy that that's the intersection. But have the city engineers done that? Yeah, they've done a T intersection design, correct me if I'm wrong, where you can't really go straight across into the Green Tree Boulevard. You'd have to go left or right.
You could design the intersection to channelize the traffic to encourage it to go towards Nisqually. It doesn't mean that some people still couldn't
But some,
go
we
the way
don't-
they want to go.
It's 20,000 cars. And it's not just Green Tree Boulevard. It's that intersection at 7th Street that lines up and then combines with the entry to the freeway. What a mess that would be with 20,000 more cars.
I'm just trying to preserve these other options. If we take the 4 million, we get rid of the other options. You're locked into green.
Yeah, but Mike, look at the property we'd have to buy. if we
To me,
go
the
the
most
other way.
feasible one, is that green alignment, and then having some design where you encourage folks to go south on that.
I would agree that technically the most feasible one would be the green alignment. I mean, like I say, any alignment is possible if you put enough effort and money into it, but
Any of these lines that are down here, where did they come from? From who? Who did
they were
that?
just conceptual lines that were prepared by us, by city engineering staff,
Okay.
in response to.
But did you ever like study them like the green one was done about like how much it's going to cost us? Will it be more expensive to go those routes?
No, they were not. Those other lines were not studied at the level that the green line was. The green line was studied with all the technical documentation, but we didn't study other ones at that level.
Okay, being that Ryan is on Sandbag, I was really hoping to hear from him about this.
Hold it.
Yeah, is there any urgency that maybe I could like understand it more? I'd
Well,
like
there's
to.
a
Actually-
deadline for Sandbag, and it's, what, at the end of the
There
month
actually
here?
is some urgency with this item,
Yeah.
with this one. I am aware that Ryan met with engineering staff previously about this. Do you have a sense, Brian or Sean, whether he was supportive of the use of the funds as you've put in the agenda item?
The sense I had is that he was in support of the use of the funds, and he was at the Sandbag board meeting where
So
they
he
had
wants
this
the green
item.
line?
Yes, he's in support of using the funds on basically the green alignment. That's the sense that I got.
When is the deadline?
They wanted it by last week, actually, and we told them that because of the history of this item, out of respect for Mr. Rothschild and the other members of the council who we had promised 2+ years ago that we will revisit this, we wanted to bring it back for a full council decision. Typically, if Sandbag says, hey, we've got $3.9 million, do you want us to spend it on your project? We say yes, we can get a ratification from the council, but this has been a very highly charged political issue at different times. So we wanted to make sure that it was presented fairly to the council out of respect for current and past council.
Well, I've supported that green line since we started, and with the idea that it would be designed so you could, move people south and back to Nisqually. The other ones, when you look at those other lines, well, the one on Ridgecrest, but you'd be impacting that segment of the neighborhood. But the other ones, you'd have the problem with the railroad, with the elevations, and then the red one, you'd have to go to all the property. We'd be looking at,
Boy,
having a lot of.
There's no question that the dotted lines would be a more expensive option. I think you've studied it enough to know that. We don't know how much more, but at the time, back in 2010, we wanted to at least preserve the options for the council because there was a bit of a mixed discussion at that point in time.
So you need a decision tonight. There's no postponing it till we get a workshop or?
I'm afraid if we postponed it, that it could be a problem, and I'm just going on what Sandbag staff has told me because they're on a very tight timeline to program these funds, and they need to actually obligate them. They need to be obligated. That means through all the Caltrans process and authorized for use by December.
I'm going to be pushed.
So, the question, does Apple Valley actually have the funding for their bridge? Is that a 100% done deal, or are they still looking?
All I can do is tell you what I've heard in the meetings I've gone to. I know that they did have the construction funding in place. There was some question about the use of their redevelopment agency bonds that had already been issued. They'd been partially used.
We lost that lawsuit just the other week, too. Does that affect that or not?
I don't know.
That's a veto lawsuit, doesn't affect that, but they do have some issues that I don't think have been clarified yet about their RDA bonds, because they did issue bonds. Some question as to whether they can still use the proceeds on that project or not.
Barb Stanton's been real positive about it, but I'm not sure all the ducks are in place. And the city engineer has made this observation that traffic is a lot like water in that it follows the path of least resistance. So if we decide that the Green Tree intersection is the most economically feasible and we can create enough diversion to make Green Tree a difficult option and Hesperia Road and Nisqually an easy option, my guess is we'll accomplish what we want to accomplish. Sean, you're nodding your head. Are you in agreement with that? Will we add lanes to Hesperia Road?
Yes.
To Nisqually.
And just for clarification, the reorganization plan that was part of this year's budget actually changed Sean's title to Director of Public Works, and he now supervises, well, he's been supervising Brian, but Brian is now the city engineer. That's his new title.
Sorry.
He essentially was performing that function, and the reorganization just cleared that all up. So when you refer to the city engineer, it's now Mr. Gingler.
No offense intended.
None taken.
Well, here's the deal. I'm just trying to preserve our options, but if the majority of the council says, let's go ahead and keep the $4 million up here as part of that solution, and you're going to lock in the green line, then I'll go ahead and vote for it. But otherwise, I'm disinclined to support it because I just want to keep all the options open. But if we feel the $4 million is that important, and that's all you're talking about here is $4 million, one way or the other, you lose it or
no, that's not all we're talking about, Mike, because we're talking about as an option spending a lot more money than that, buying the property to build those other options. I'm not sure those are realistic.
I think the most viable one is the green line.
What's that?
The most viable
we own it.
option is the green line.
We have it right now.
But it's 20,000 cars sitting there too, and that's the traffic impact. You're not going to tell me it goes away just because we're slick at making a T intersection there.
Well, no, but you'll get the same impact at Terra Linda, or
Well, you pull them off here, and then you slick up your 6 lanes all the way to Nisqually, and nobody's going to be making a right turn going through the city to get to the freeway. They'll be going to Nisqually. But you get down there in Green Tree, and now they might go through Old Town. They might go any number of places.
But that's going to be a small number.
Well, I don't know.
A lot of trouble to go to get onto Green
And what Sean was saying about traffic being like water, the traffic models contemplate that in human behavior. And you probably experience this yourself. You normally try to take the shortest trip you can.
Shortcut.
From point A to point B. So if one intersection gets congested, then people tend to avoid it and they'll find another path.
And Mr. Gingler is a registered traffic engineer.
Can I make a motion? I make a motion that we approve the green line.
The actual motion
second
should
that.
probably be approving, or directing staff to negotiate keeping that $3.9 million on this project, which in turn includes that green line.
I make a motion to what he
You
said.
have a motion? Second?
Second.
We have second. All those in favor?
Okay, then since you're all going to go ahead with the green and we'll lock it in, then okay, then I'm good to go then on that. If that's, otherwise I'd fight a little bit more, but
Those in favor?
I'm not going to do that.
Aye.
Excuse me,
Aye.
if I could ask for the council members to select the motion and second button so I can get the vote recorded on this
Can we
item.
get the screen?
Oh, you don't
If you could, I think we're done with the map.
Okay,
Okay.
got it now. Okay. Motion by Councilmember Vyas, second by Councilmember Kennedy.
Okay, now we're done.
That design feature better be very good.
Yeah, yeah.
Put a wall.
Carries with
No
Mayor
one better
McKay,
sneak
perhaps.
through that T intersection. I'd-
Put a red light camera up there.
Yeah, put red light cameras here.
This meeting needs to be over soon.
Okay, 24. Request to authorize the city manager or his designee to execute all remaining escrow documents pertaining to the previously settled matter of the city of Victorville versus Lee et al., which is a condemnation case for the La Mesa Nisqually Road project.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cabriella, second by Councilmember Kennedy. Motion carries with Mayor McEachran absent and Councilmember Valles voting no.
Council committee reports are with my left here, Angela.
For the Victor Valley Transit Authority, they have they started a pilot program a couple of months ago for Fort Irwin, and it was just temporary to see if there was going to be enough people coming from Victorville to Fort Irwin. It's been overwhelming. The buses are packed, so they're going to extend the program, and they're using grant money. So, and then also October 1st, Victor Valley Transit Authority, for the first time, is going to offer service to San Bernardino, to the hospitals down there, and it's called Lifeline Service. And right now, there are a lot of issues regarding packed buses where the buses are actually not even stopping because it's standing bus only, and they don't even stop, so people are missing their connections. It's a big problem. VVTA has hired a consultant to do a study to see if we're going to have to spend more money to get more bus routes going, or maybe, the buses seem to be more emptier at night, have more bus lines running during the day. So I just wanted to mention those couple of things because there's been some complaints and a lot of public comment in that area that VVTA is working on it. They did hire a consultant, and we're gonna deal with this. I think because of the AB 109, we have a lot more people on foot around here.
Could be.
So the buses are like packed, and
Price of gas.
yeah, and I noticed too that it seems like the disciplinaries are going up as well. So I'm thinking that we got issues right now, but we're working through it.
Thank you. Mike? Jim?
The only thing I guess I should let everybody know is since Rudy is not running for re-election, his term will end on VVWRA, and I am his backup, and so I will assume I take that until council makes a different appointment. And starting in November, October, November?
Start
No.
next week.
No.
Or this week.
It's Victorville's turn to chair that board.
Oh, yeah.
It's effective what day?
No, it's already. Yeah.
Are you chairing now?
Yeah.
Okay,
you
so
wanna-
whenever I take over that seat, I'm
You
going
want
to
to
have
do it
to.
Thursday, you're welcome.
I plan to be there Thursday, but
It'd be good
We'll-
for you
we'll
to
see.
get up to speed on VVWRA, but maybe not walk into your first meeting and chair it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I talked to a couple of board members about that, whether it might be wise for me to wait a year, but I just haven't made up my mind. I'll see what people think.
I don't have any reports, so. Item 26. Discussion and possible action regarding items for the upcoming city council. Angela?
I asked the city clerk to give me the panhandling ordinance. I haven't had an opportunity to review it, but I'm not sure if I talked to Cliff Reynolds or Yoder about it at one time. And there was, a lot of complaints are going on that we're getting regarding people, approaching them for money and panhandling. A lot of the issue with that is that people are giving them money and keeping them on the streets, and they have to be accountable for what they do. But I do believe that the ordinance, without reading it, again, since it wasn't Yoder, it must have been Cliff Reynolds, said to me that as long as they're not, according to our ordinance, as long as they're not doing it in an aggressive manner, that they can do it. So if that's what our ordinance says, I would like to agendize an ordinance so that we ban panhandling so that they could get picked up or hassled or whatever, so that it stops.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay. That was it.
okay. I don't have anything. Okay, moving on. Report from staff, council members, staff?
I will be brief. This Friday is our 50th anniversary. The city will turn 50. And there is a nice dinner that's been planned, not at taxpayer expense. It's being paid by the attendees, and would invite anybody who's interested to let us know now if you don't already have tickets, because we've already made the final count. We have a couple of extras that we could probably slip you in. Oh, Marcy's shaking her head no. So if you are still interested or interested in coming to that dinner and haven't already purchased your tickets, let us know right now. Okay.
You still need sponsors, right?
We'll take sponsors at any time.
The bricks.
The bricks is separate. This was just the dinner. Is this Friday. The bricks is something that'll be an ongoing project for the next probably year or so. The cost of a brick for it's for the Legacy Courtyard. We want to put in a piece of art, again, not paid for with taxpayer dollars, that will commemorate the city's 50th, not a statue of a person or anything in particular that somebody might find offensive, just a nice piece of modern art. And there are sponsorships available. There are corporate sponsorships available for for granite tiles. And then the second rollout of that is actually going to be something for just anybody in the community that wants to get involved can purchase a brick for the courtyard. It's $150. We're also going to be asking if any schools might want to. In other cities, they've opened this up to school classes so that, Mrs. Smith's 2012 class, bring in pennies all year, and eventually you hopefully build up to $150, and then, for the rest of their life, potentially, or as long as the bricks last, they can come back and be proud about the fact that they helped do this. So.
Mike? Jim?
I'm just going to bring it up because I don't even know what to do about it. But since I've been on this council, we had one particularly raucous meeting that involved red light cameras. We had maybe two. We had, of course, the one or two on Planned Parenthood, and now two on this Tamarisk shopping center. And I know emotions are high and people have strong feelings and so on. And I'll bet we'll be sitting here a year from now, a year and a half, 2 years from now with that bill, and there will never be a problem. It'll be just like the Apple Valley Walmart. But the level of rudeness and abusive language and behavior that went on tonight, and we've all dealt with this before, so that's just unacceptable to me. And I don't respond to screaming crowds. I'm not swayed by people who threaten me with voting me out of office. And I don't know how we manage or control that. It's America, I guess, right? We just. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I just would like to think there's some way we can rein that in and not allow people to sit there shouting from their seats and especially with some of the language we got tonight.
Unfortunately, the state of the law is based on the First Amendment right of people, and citizens are allowed to criticize council members and unfortunately can be rude to them. The point of sort of demarcation is when the meeting is being disrupted. And that's a little bit of a fuzzy line, but once they're disrupting the conduct of the meeting and your ability to conduct the meeting in a professional manner, then you can essentially have them escorted from the room. But unfortunately, there's case law throughout America. It's based on the U.S. Constitution, First Amendment right, that you can criticize council members. That's unfortunately what you get the big bucks for.
Well, what more you could have done, Rudy?
Yeah. It's your First Amendment, and it's that's what America's all about, and everybody has the right to petition government And that's the way it is. That's what makes it a great country. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to take abuse.
Are you allowed to utilize foul language? I mean, isn't there a law or something against that?
You are allowed to use foul language. That's a First Amendment right. There's case
how
laws
about
where they're doing
gestures?
Nazi salutes at city council meetings.
How about single digit?
Yeah.
Yeah, the lady that flipped me off, or somebody.
Again, the test is disruption of your ability to conduct the meeting. If it gets to a point of disrupting the ability to conduct your business, then you can terminate or.
We're all through with just about with the meeting, but real quick, and just from where you're at.
Right. Yeah, so how good it worked.
Yeah, you're right. You were. Okay, one last one. You're running for council, right?
Vote of the council.
Yeah, the
The vote of the
choice of
council
mayor.
and the
mayor is a vote. This
reorganizational
is a week
meeting
mayor
will be
outing.
the first meeting in December, right?
That's correct. It's usually
And-
swearing in the first meeting
I'm
in
not
December.
gonna be here,
and
so
it's based-
whoever
It's based
the
on the
voters
vote of the council.
Make that decision.
This is, tell you a little bit of a contrast. Barstow, they elect the mayor, so even though it's a weak mayoralty system, you either run for mayor or you run for city council. On this city, and like most cities in this state here, 5 people run, 3 and 2, and in each election cycle, when it's all over, the 5 council members decide who the mayor and the mayor pro tem is, and the mayor may not be the top vote getter. I have a personal policy, and that is that anybody that's a brand-new rookie on the council, even if they have the most votes in the election, I wouldn't vote for him for mayor, but that's just one vote on the council. That's not that's not 3 votes. I'm just saying that I personally would not vote for somebody that just got on the council. There's too much going on in the mayor's seat. So that's where that's at.
Okay. That's it. Let's go home. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Let the record show it's, what is it, almost 12.